Crown of Flames by Celeste King.
The story is about the arrangement between a human and a monster.
Attraction knows no bounds in the worlds of Prathika.
His allegiance is with himself. At least that's what they thought.
She's seen his brutality, and yet she still wants him.
To get all of the spicy scenes and listen free of ads, get the uncut version of this audiobook from worldsofprathika.com.
Use code YouTube30 and score a 30% discount on any digital product on the site, including audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles.
This is Celeste King's Crown of Flames.
Chapter 1. Serena. It'll be just ahead. Everybody stay focused. We can weather this. This snow-covered landscape is the only home I've ever known, but its pristine whiteness is just as dangerous as it is beautiful. There are 10 of us travelling together, and Nielsen leads us through the freezing wasteland toward the distant towers. He wears a wide green coat that contrasts with the blank wilderness, emphasising the buried trees that echo across the horizon. I struggle, feeling the weight of my frost-bitten fingers as I shiver erratically. Even under layered coats, Praj's chill is unforgiving. The golden amulet my mother gave me, covered in fiery red symbols, hangs around my neck, jangling slightly with every movement. I wear it to remember everything I've lost, and to try to remember her. We climb another slope, and the tall, dark aberrations become visible to me. Conjured husks of obsidian stand tall over Praj, the quickly erected footholds of dark elves who would enslave us if they had their way. To me, they look both angular and nonsensical, reminding me of large shale knives, with pulsating runic symbols that intermittently radiate violet. They're terrible, I say aloud, feeling my heart race in horror. They're nothing we can't handle, Nielsen says. Let's keep our composure. We're not dying in vain today. I nod, understanding the very real possibility we've prepared ourselves for. There's a good chance most or all of us aren't getting out of this alive. But if we can make life more bearable for our friends and family back home, it will all be worth it. In those towers, we know they're conducting horrific experiments on the humans in Praj. From what I've heard, most dark elves would just as soon be rid of Praj, the cold, inhospitable environment found not worth colonising. But these are not most dark elves. Somebody decided that our freedom was an abnormal violation, and sought to rectify that, no matter the cost. We'll get justice for Ket soon enough, Nielsen says. Remember why we're doing this. My foot kicks something hard in the ground, and I nearly trip. Hang on, I exclaim. No time, Beth, one of my friends, says. The sun should be down soon. Then we'll have to find shelter again. While they trudge forward, I lean down, unburying the object in the snow. I've lost most of the articulation in my hands, even through my gloves. The lump is a human man, covered in ice. He's long dead, his eyes glassy and wide open. From the looks of him, he could have easily taken on most of the monsters in the wilderness, but he underestimated the nightly freeze, a look of terror permanently etched across his face. Poor bastard. What could have scared him so much in his final moments? I don't immediately recognise him, so he must have come from one of the other camps on Praj. I think of how many have died trying to get to these camps, or as abducted victims of the Dark Elves. It only hardens my resolve. I wish I could give him a proper funeral. Most likely he'll wind up the food of a hungry warg or ursane. I mourn him quietly, before seeing how far behind I've fallen and dashing to catch up with the group. We don't want to leave you behind, kid, Aldor says, tipping his scarlet wide-brimmed hat. Try to keep up. He gives me a charming smile that accentuates his deep, chiselled jawline, his stubbly face covered in ice. She knew what she was doing, Beth reminds him. Don't give any thought to her mistakes. I don't want any more infighting, Nielsen reminds us. We move as a unit. Please, for the love of whatever gods you follow, throw aside your egos. Nielsen stops walking, and the rest of us follow suit. "Why'd you stop?" Pierce, the group's elderly curmudgeon, asks. Nielsen reaches into his haversack and retrieves a golden spyglass, peering into the distance. "I was afraid of that," he says, before tucking it away. "Guards stationed out front." Pierce huddles over, shivering. He notices a long, sturdy branch on the ground beside the nearby cliff and picks it up, testing its durability. As Nielsen spurs back into movement, Pierce uses the branch as a walking stick. "All right," Nielsen says. "I've got the ring the Dark Elves left behind. You're all going to need to huddle close and stop talking, or we're all going to be seen. Everybody, grab the hands of the person next to you and we'll walk." I nod, reaching out to Beth and Aldor, but Beth refuses my hand, walking away toward Nielsen. I grab Pierce's hand, and we all form a line. As I grip Aldor's hand, I feel warmth enveloping me, a jolt of excitement running down my spine. He flashes me an arrogant smile, exposing his bright white teeth, and I feel myself blushing. If only, I think. I know he mostly sees me as the kid of the group, but there's something empowering about the way he looks at me. His past is a mystery to me, and the thought that he comes from another world, completely different from what I know, entices me. "Remember your stealth training," Nielsen says as he slips on the ring. "Try to move with the winds. If you're in the open and exposed, duck for cover and hide your breathing." And we all become invisible, marching toward a common goal. Today, we're going to liberate the human subjects, and we're going to topple the towers, letting the Dark Elves know once and for all that they aren't welcome here. If we can't free the prisoners, we're detonating a bomb on the top floor, an arcane device left behind in elven raids. I've always found it sad that the only way we can fight the Dark Elves is with their mistakes. Sometimes it feels like the idea of delivering justice is my only remaining motivation. For my mother, for my father, for my brother, and most recently, for Ket. At first I struggled to keep pace with the people leading my hands, being pulled slower by Pierce and faster by Aldor. It's something that challenges all of us as a group, finding a common pace without communicating out loud. Even the most silent whisper could give us all away, and then our mission would be compromised entirely. Eventually, we find a compromise, ambling slowly through the icy fields toward our ominous demises, bleak towers, which on closer inspection emanate a strange, sinister hum. By now, we are within earshot of the tall guards, with their black, inky eyes staring blankly and unwaveringly into the abyss. I feel myself trembling, struggling to keep myself on my feet. And it's not from the bitter chill. It's sheer terror, as I peer into their faces and remember what they did within several feet of me. I can still hear the screams. A strong gale blows through and we walk. It dies down and we stop. The struggle now is in articulating how to get through the hollow door without alerting anyone. Either they need to leave, or we need to distract them. But how do we do that without communicating? The bright sun casts hues of gold, yellow, and orange across the glassy snow, a beautiful reminder that night will soon come to kill us if we don't move. There are monsters that come in the night that I can't begin to fathom, if the freeze doesn't simply bury us. That's when Pierce, in an enormously stupid move, throws his walking cane with all his might. It clatters harmlessly several feet away. What in all the hells? One of the guards moves to investigate the disturbance, but the other is still unblinking, gazing out emotionlessly. Suddenly, I feel myself pulled forward, guided through the narrow door by a line that has changed orientation. If the second guard hadn't left even for a moment, we might not have gotten through the hole in the tower. It looks just like home. For how strange the towers were, the interior of the first floor is not unfamiliar. Shelves and shelves of books line the walls of the room, dark elves each reading to their heart's contentment. It's hard to believe they're torturing people here. If they discover us, we won't stand a chance. We each have crudely fashioned daggers. Some of us wield swords, Dark elves have magic. They can send fire from their fingertips and scorch our bones. They can conjure winds and crush our bodies into the ceiling. What's more, there are no natural breezes indoors to cover the sound of our movements. If a dark elf perks his ears up and hears my jangling amulet or pierces limp, we're surely dead. So we stride forward, seemingly one step every minute. I caress Aldor's palm for reassurance, enjoying his warmth. The unassuming bookshelves pass slowly by us. The studious dark elves too busy to notice a staggered, barely audible series of steps. We reach the black stone stairs built into this tower, and I can already hear the screams resonating from the floors above as we ascend. The second floor is lined with alchemy tables and littered with bones. Thankfully, or perhaps forebodingly, there's nobody on this floor right now, but a steady drip in the corner of the large room reveals a spout, dripping blood from the floor above into a strange device. They're draining the prisoners. Are we already too late? I clench my jaw, thinking about what horrors we might find on the floor above. We climb the next flight of stairs, unworried about alerting anybody here. The third floor is a series of cells filled with imprisoned humans. But terrifyingly, they all seem to be hooked up by a smaller series of tubes inserted into their arms. These connect to one larger series of tubes, which stretch across the room and lower into the floor below. This is our chance. I don't have time to take in the disturbing sight in front of me. People are slowly dying and we can save them. We just need to find the key and free the prisoners. Clearly the elven guard monitoring the room is keeping it somewhere on his person. That's when I notice Beth, who has left the rings area and is now running toward the elven guard. "Beth!" Nielsen hisses under his breath. "What are you doing? Come back!" I feel my eyes widen, and realization slowly takes hold. She reaches the elven guard and points toward where we're standing. He looks as if he was expecting us. "Run," Nielsen whispers.
Chapter 2. Cinis. Pits of fire scorch around me, rocky trails spiraling around rivers and lakes of lava. They lead everywhere and nowhere at once. Above me, vast torrents of lava columns run from the infinite abyss toward an indiscernible ceiling. The spatters of lava that spill downward from the torrents refresh me, giving me strength. I hunger. For what, I'm not certain. I'd love to rip my fiery arms into something delicious, prying its essence from its body and devouring it whole. But there have been fewer stragglers lately. The goblins have mostly retreated into their deep caverns, and the jewel ogres are celebrating in the Eastern Realm. And lately they haven't been satisfying to me anyway. For the past several cycles I've craved something I couldn't articulate, and it's driven me toward the end of my wits. No soul has fulfilled this craving, and the gems and minerals I've pried free from the walls have all tasted dull. I feel as if I'm evolving beyond my own home, toward something I cannot fathom. And that terrifies me. I hover across the vast expanse, my flames pelting the ground and propelling me upward with a roar. I analyze everything around me, smelling the air while closing my eyes. The darkness is comforting and centers me. There are the usual smells of soot and sulfur that stimulate my senses. The sounds of flames and magma jetting and flowing outward echo through the infinite caverns. But in the distance, I smell something new. It reeks of iron, but is curiously more volatile. But how to reach it? An adjacent cliff beckons me. I might not quite reach the source of the smell, but it will get me close. The world grows smaller beneath me as I drive my arms forward, then pull myself up, freeing and planting myself at intermediate intervals. I can feel the smell growing closer as I near the top of this cliff, but it's still far away from me. I will need to move much higher to get to it. As I pry myself free from the minerals, then bring myself up to level ground, something immediately catches my attention as my stomach gurgles. What have we here? The erratic screeching is only slightly more obvious than the sound of burrowing nearby. A small gray creature climbs out of the ground surface, peeking around out of the rocky surface to search for nearby creatures. His pointed ears perk up in search of disturbances, his black, narrow eyes scanning the perimeter. Goblins don't normally separate from their kind. They're stronger in groups, far more adept at handling their unsuspecting victims when they can overwhelm them with their presence. One goblin by itself is not a threat. A single, solitary goblin is rarely satisfying to devour. I hunger in both conventional and unconventional ways, and I can already tell this won't please me. But sometimes a little bit is enough. "I suppose you'll do." He turns to me, hearing my words that echo in his mind. Curiously, he perks up his snout, clearly not aware of my capabilities. I've ripped the life free from many of my kind, and I will probably kill many more. Won't put up much of a fight, though. Pity. I careen forward, propelled by jets of flame, then lift him into the air without physically touching him. He's hardly a strain for my mind, his small body almost weightless in my grasp. He cannot hide his confusion as I stretch my fiery arms toward his suspended form, my mind balancing him in the air above me. Reaching for my hovering foe, I first char his flesh, then rip his chest cavity open with my flames. Brightly, his soul shines white against blackened and burnt skin, the only contribution of value from his meager existence. I pull it free. The goblin falls to the ground, lifeless. He flops against the rocky surface before tumbling downward off of the cliff toward the distant chasm, where the remainder of his flesh will surely rip and char from his body in the lava pits. That's assuming he doesn't land on a rock below and splatter himself. Gripping the soul I've pried free from his core, I can already taste the darkness that envelops it. I open my fiery maw, devouring the goblin's essence. As I suspected, it does almost nothing for me. This goblin's vices are little more than a snack for me, his energy almost negligible against the sum of my being. Now, what were you looking for? I suspect it might be the same thing I am. That strong scent of iron is triggering senses I didn't know I had, alluring me toward an unknown destination. Hovering forward once more, I reach one of the taller cliffs and stare up toward the bright red infinite ceiling. If my senses are accurate, this should lead me where I need to be. Once more, I drive my arm into the wall, shattering it in place, before pushing my other arm higher up, scaling upward toward the foreign scent that so strangely entices me. I can feel parts of the wall melting against my grip, becoming almost molten as I climb. I survey the area for signs of other prey, but find nothing that satisfies me. Once I've ascended this cliff face, pulling myself upward, I notice remnants of the structures I've been seeing more frequently lately. The rocks have been pulled up from the ground and hollowed out, little holes in the rock revealing smaller entrances. Beside the rock structures are pieces of metal in various shapes, bound to rock and a material I'm unfamiliar with. Touching the material causes it to smoke and catch fire, leaving only the strangely shaped metal in my grasp. Fascinating. I study the forms of the structures, then drive my arms into the ground, pummeling it until I have a freestanding resource to mold and shape. Using my mind, I lift up the loose rock, trying to reshape it to more suitably mimic my model. I'm not even sure what I'm creating, but it fascinates me. The iron smell closer than ever, but still temporarily set aside. Eventually, I have created a primitive recreation of the structures around me, and I theorize about their purpose. Perhaps some creature took joy in its creation? But the creatures like me, the only beings I know to be capable of creation, would not waste time with such frivolities. I hover through the hole in the structure and note that it reminds me of the burrows goblins create, where they take shelter and gather their food sources. Then it dawns on me. Somebody built this to take shelter. But from what? This investigation only yields more questions. Not only have I still not identified the source of the iron smell, but I also have no idea who created these structures. I resolve to follow the scent, understanding that I won't find the answers to my questions here. One thing I can safely conclude is that something has intruded upon my domain. In my long existence, I'm certain I would have noticed these abnormalities before. The scent leads me toward a cavern across a bridge. But before I can cross the bridge, I note the scent of ash growing closer, as though moving toward me. I steady myself, preparing to fight. A bright conflagration catches my eyes, almost blinding against the shadowed walls. It stretches out, dropping before me with a powerful quake, its serpentine form dwarfing my own. "I have no issues with you," I say to the creature, letting my words echo in its mind. "Please allow me passage." But something is twisting its senses, driving it to act savagely and without thought. It drives its tail forward, swinging flames in my direction. Quickly, I dodge out of the way, not keen on letting it throw me into the pits below. I'm sure I could survive the impact, but it would bring me farther away from my objective. The serpent retrieves its tail, staring into me with its 7 yellow amorphous eyes. It flings itself at me again, but this time, I'm ready. As its tail flies in my direction, I grip it with my fiery arms. The beast wails in confusion, the sheer volume of its cry sending parts of the nearby wall tumbling into the abyss. "You could make a fine meal," I admit. I begin prying the tail loose from the serpent's body, ripping the creature in half with my mind. The strain is admittedly more profound with such a sizable being. Eventually, the fiery skin falls to the floor of the bridge, a bright, glowing orb revealing itself. As I lift the orb with my mind, it echoes distress to me. There are lights surrounding the creature's soul that aren't its own, influences that tampered with its existence. Something was controlling the serpent for its own means. "Curiouser and curiouser," I say aloud. I breach the entrance of the cavern, detecting the iron scent all around me, filling the room. And I behold creatures, the likes of which I've never seen. They are lifeless all around me, their white and pink flesh covered in materials I'm unfamiliar with. I touch one of the creatures and the material burns easily. They leak a black, or perhaps red, fluid, which I now understand to be the source of the scent. I try bringing the fluid to my mouth, and it tastes foul and unpleasant. Still no answers. They are all gathered around the circular cave. In the cavern's center is a bright, glowing round light, which seems to be drawing power from their energy. Moving forward to study it yields no discernible answers. I move my fiery arm through the light, and my arm disappears before I pull it back through. I have a strange sense of foreboding in this room. Deciding that my questions will never be answered, and that no creature can provide the closure I need, I settle on leaving the room. That's when the light starts to grow and expand, pulsating in space. I move to get away from the light, rushing forward toward the cavern entrance. But I'm too late. My senses are overcome by white light, and I feel an unfamiliar sensation overcoming my body. This doesn't feel like home anymore.
Chapter 3. Serena. "Son of a," Nielsen whispers, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Beth doesn't look joyful to have betrayed us, but as we scatter away from Nielsen, we all come into full view, leaving the magical ring's area of effect. Somehow, Aldor is caught first. He runs down the stairs by himself in a crappy gambit and winds up coming face to face with a series of dark elves who had concealed themselves on the second floor using the same magic we used to sneak in. Apparently, the floor wasn't as empty as we thought. "Damn it," he murmurs as 4 elves with drawn daggers corner him. I'd rather not relive what happened to him. Clearly, they don't care about keeping us alive. But I feel like something beautiful is lost as he falls to the floor, dead. And even though my mind is screaming at me, memorizing and absorbing the gory details while it tries to keep me trapped and rooted in place, my feet won't listen. Adrenaline motivates me while my world crumbles around me. The one advantage I have is that I am the fastest among our group. "Hey!" One of the dark elves on the second floor calls after me, unleashing a torrent of lightning that temporarily illuminates the dank alchemy room. It grazes my arm, scorching me, but I keep running in spite of myself, feeling the pain move through my elbow and toward my shoulder. When they corner Pierce, he doesn't even try to run. He thinks maybe if he's reasonable with him, they'll spare him. But these aren't just any dark elves. I don't know if there's such a thing as a good dark elf, but these are monsters with no concern for honor or ethics. I watch in horror, running past one of the guards who brandishes Pierce's own walking stick. I hear them beat him with it as I run down to the first level. What we did was a testament to our own hubris. I feel terrible about abandoning people I once considered friends, excluding possibly Beth. But if we die without accomplishing anything, then we die for nothing at all. I dash through the book-filled first floor, past dark elves who seem surprisingly immersed in their own element, utterly indifferent to my existence. Then I realise I'm running into the unforgiving night, and that I don't have a plan. As I move through the entryway, glad the dark elves abandoned their watch for the good of proving an ironic point, I wonder how I'm going to survive at all. But I am relieved to be free of the tower. I push myself through the snow, running as fast as I can against the unstable terrain. Then I can't move. I push my legs forward, but my brain fails to connect to my legs. My brain is trapped inside my body, unable to do anything but think. What's happening? I can't turn my neck, and the distant wilderness is getting farther away from me, the monotonous hum of the towers growing ever closer. No, somebody behind me, now within earshot, says with amusement. Let her keep trying to run. I want her to get farther away before we pull her back. They release me, and I turn around, seeing a group of about 5 dark elves. I turn and run, and they grip my body with their magic, pulling me backward again. Maybe she'd like to watch the ritual, one of the dark elves says. That's funny. Another one, with a deeper, raspier voice, says, Reel her in. I panic as I'm pulled back into the building against my will, watching the vast wilderness become the tower's interior. My mind doesn't want to concede, even though it knows that I'm beaten. I look past towering shelves to alchemy tables, every time trying to find some impossible solution as I'm led up the stairs toward my inevitable death. I can't speak. I can't even move. I have no idea what I expect to find. I see Beth on the 3rd floor, where she betrayed us. We barely knew Beth. She had escaped confinement on another continent. Then she came here to find a new start. I still remember the sight of her, hair dishevelled, blood on her face, as she begged at the camp gates to be let in. Nielsen thought she had earned our trust, so we gave her a shot, watching time after time as she proved herself. She offered a significant amount of her time toward helping the village, and even led some missions. Please, she begs, I gave you everything you wanted. Please just let me go. She's on her knees in front of the same dark elves who killed Aldor. Your loyalty is invaluable to us, one of the dark elves, who speaks with a high-pitched, nasally voice, says. We'll make sure your death is painless. He wipes a strand of oily hair out of his eyes, then his fingers begin to glow as he lowers his hands. Please, no. Beth's eyes grow wide, and she inhales deeply. Light extends outward from the dark elf's fingers toward Beth, weaving and snaking through the air. As the light pours into her, she falls to the ground, cracking her head against the stone floor. That's when the same dark elf who killed her turns toward me. Well, you're in luck, he says. See, we're preparing this new ritual, and we only need 8 bodies. He extends his hand. I stare up at it. Arcanis Hightower, he says. It's a pleasure to meet you. We've been expecting you. One of the dark elves begins uttering an incantation, and my hand is moved upward without my permission, shaking the Arcanis' hand. So Beth planned this all along. My hand is withdrawn, and I feel myself lifted through the air, up the flight of stairs toward the 4th floor. Don't forget to gather the bodies, Arcanis says to his minions. It'd be pretty awkward to start the ritual, then realise we forgot those. Immediately, the dank green light of the 3rd floor shifts as I'm led up the stairs, noticing hues of flicking orange. There's a series of cells against the walls, and in the large circular room's centre is a white, glowing light. 8 dark elves gather in a circle around the centre, uttering an incantation I don't understand. "Throw her in a cell," Arcanis commands. "We'll deal with her afterward. Maybe she can prove useful to us in other ways." I'm relieved when I regain control of my body, the cell door slamming shut behind me. A dark elf walks up to the cell, locking the crude, wrought iron door. Then I see the bodies of my friends, laid haphazardly on the floor in a circular pattern. "So much trouble for such a simple thing," Arcanis comments. I notice that the room is very hot. At first I think it might be the flickering candles and sconces that fill the room, but it's so much hotter than that. Then I notice that Nielsen is nowhere in the room, and that he probably got away. At least there's hope for one of us. The white light pulsates, becoming much larger. "Now's the time," Arcanis commands his men. "Start the ritual." He looks toward me, and I almost throw up in my mouth as he winks. "Sweetheart, I hope you're watching," he says. "This is a big moment for your people." In unison, the dark elves' incantations grow louder. They extend their arms, reaching toward the centre. Suddenly the light in the room's centre begins spreading, flowing toward the men uttering the incantations. I shouldn't have looked down at Aldor. Maybe I thought for a moment I could see his beautiful face one more time, or that there might still be signs of life somehow, and that I might have a chance of a life with him. But he's being sucked dry, used as little more than a fuel source. His body is skeletal, drained of its fat, muscle and blood. "Yes!" Arcanis cries out, as I get a glimpse of a fiery cavern room emerging in place of the bright white light. "It's working! Don't stop!" My friends are little more than bones now. I'm watching it happen, and it still doesn't feel real to me. I cover my eyes. The room is almost blinding now, the portal in the room's centre almost overtaking it. I can barely even see the torches within the irradiating, expanding white light. Then, with no warning, I hear a loud explosion, and the light vanishes. There is no portal in the room's centre. There are only 9 confused dark elves, scanning around the room. "What happened?" Arcanis asks. "Did it work?" Nobody says anything. None of them know what to say, all of them just as uncertain as he is. "No," Arcanis says, shaking his head. "It can't have failed." He stomps over to me, scowling, his teeth bared. "You did something. What did you do?" "I have no idea," I tell him. "I'm sorry." Then I hear another explosion, and the 9 dark elves around the room are all flung from their spots, crashing into the floors and walls. The white light reappears and disappears suddenly. In the centre of the room is a fire, brighter than anything I've ever seen. I can't explain how, but there's something almost enticing about it. Is that a face? Without warning, rocks are pried free from the tower's structure, flying through the air in all directions toward the fire in the centre. I duck as the wall behind me is partially ripped apart, the cell door crashing open against the force. The black stone reconfigures around the fire, constructing an almost humanoid body overlaying its fiery core. "What are you?" Arcanis says in horror, looking up from the floor, where he's battered and bloodied. A patrol of dark elves run up from the floors below, and I swear I hear an explosion followed by a series of crashes on the floors above me. The fiery creature stares at me, and I don't know why I'm not afraid anymore.
Chapter 4. Cinis. I'm surrounded by rock, but it's not any kind of rock I'm familiar with. My flames burn cold here clearly not being anywhere I recognize nor anywhere I can understand. All around me are creatures who resemble the creatures in the cavern, except that their ears come to a point and their teeth resemble goblin fangs. What is this place? I project the question into their minds, but nobody replies. The strange creatures all double over in fear. but I sense a tainted blot on their souls unlike anything I've ever known, and they give me a bad feeling. Fires burn on the walls and all around me, but they're nothing like home. I find their steady crackle calms and centers me. One of the creatures stands to his feet, extending his arm. He looks upon me in both horror and wonder simultaneously. "It's an honor to make your acquaintance," he says. "We're going to accomplish great things together." But he can't hide the terror in his eyes. I notice behind him that one of his kind seems to be emanating magic, uttering some kind of incantation. They're all covered in the same flammable material I saw earlier. Instinctively, I reach up, lifting the creature behind him. Just from touching the creature, I can see the horrors in his soul. "No," I say, throwing the creature into the ceiling. His bones crumple on impact, and as I let go of him, discarding him, he falls to the floor. The creatures grow more fearful, understandably. But their fear does not make me pity them. Curiously, these creatures seem to speak from their mouths, and not from their minds. "I know we can get along," the creature who spoke earlier says, his voice trembling. "So please stop and think. Did you take me from my home?" I don't intend to hide the rage from my voice. Another creature behind him starts to conjure another spell, and I unleash a stream of fire, melting the gray skin from his body. This drives their speaker into a fury. "You listen to me," he screams. "We brought you here out of the kindness of our hearts. You have no idea how much we had to sacrifice. You will serve us." Then the remaining creatures surrounding me start to produce magic. I see the nature of their spells and know that they will harm me. So I harm them. Some I melt, some I break. The more I kill, the more I learn about them. They have a vulnerability near their heads. When I snap it with my mind, it cracks satisfyingly, and they die. I leave their speaker alive. He seems to be the one responsible for the group. Perhaps he can give me answers. "Why did you bring me here?" He looks at the deceased bodies around him, meals for me to enjoy later, and he tries to run in a panic. I feel frustrated by his refusal to answer me. Then I notice another creature in the corner. She doesn't have the same tainted soul, and her ears are differently shaped. She can provide me with information and possibly help me get home. Without a thought, I kill the last pointy-eared creature in the room. I snap his body quickly, a mercy he doesn't deserve. The female hunches against a wall behind a broken cell door. She looks equally terrified, but she also carries a pain unlike the others. I approach her, and she recoils in terror. Unlike the other creatures, she doesn't seem to have any magical capabilities, so she won't be a threat. "Please don't kill me," she begs. But I ignore her. Killing her would not benefit me in any sense. "What is this place?" I ask. My words enter her mind, and she looks up at me in confusion. She doesn't seem to understand the question. I repeat it. "Tower?" she stammers. But I don't know what she means, so I repeat the question again. "Dark Elf Tower," she says. I feel like there might be a linguistic disconnect, even though I can understand all languages by their basic thoughts. I have no idea what a dark elf is. She can't explain further. Perhaps I will have to see this realm to understand it. "Show me where we are," I reply in frustration. She asks how, and I tell her to guide me. She stands up, trembling. As she steps over the bodies on the floor, I sense a deep sadness running through her. The female turns to me, regarding me in confusion and fear. I can't articulate why, but it upsets me that I frighten her. "Thank you for freeing me," she says. It's the first explanation I've gotten from her, though it's not one I asked for. I had never planned on freeing her, so I don't accept the gratitude. "Did they trap you?" She nods. So this female was their prey. We descend a stone incline, and I discover an entirely new realm. Cells line the walls here, and the air is heavy with the scent of iron, though it's accompanied by a musty smell. She shrinks down in fear at the sight of another pointy-eared creature. "Stop where you are!" the creature shouts. I catch the material he wears on fire, unleashing a jet of flames in his direction. He tries to run away, but falls down on the floor, the smell of his burning flesh more unpleasant than at home. "Thank you," she says, running over to the body. She finds a key on him and picks it up. It's still hot, and she nearly drops it. "Now to do what we came here for." Her fear is lessening, much to my relief. She walks over to the cells and begins unlocking each door individually, removing the imprisoned creatures from a strange magical device that connects them all. They are weak and almost cannot move. The display puzzles me. Where I come from, if a creature is weak, they cannot survive and should be killed as a mercy. What use do these creatures serve her? "Can you do me a favor?" she asks me. I say nothing in response. "These people are badly hurt, and they will need to recover here," she says. "Can you check the other floors of the tower and make sure it's safe for them?" I still don't know what a tower is, but I figure that if I help her, maybe she will help me later. Below us, I find many more pointy-eared creatures who all respond with hostility. I decide that they need to die, but many objects in one of the areas catch fire while I kill the creatures. Seemingly, entire shelves of flammable objects line the area. I don't understand the logic of it. Why would you fill an area with objects that easily catch fire? That's when I discover a hole inside the structure. I move outside it, discovering an entire realm even beyond this one. Just when I thought I was starting to understand my environment, it reveals an entirely new layer. The world out here is black, and a strange white moisture that chills my flames falls from the ceiling. There are cliffs in the distance, but they don't stretch infinitely upward toward the ceiling. I turn around and note the strange black structure I exited. More of them dot the horizon, accompanied by green and brown objects that move in the wind. "What is this place?" I ask aloud, as though it might give me insight I didn't already have. I return inside the structure, which I've now concluded must be the tower she described. Perhaps it's a more elaborate version of what I found back home, a functional shelter of some kind. "Can you check upstairs too?" she asks when I return to her. "There should be other elves and other people that need our help." "What will you do for me in return?" She looks around the room, surprised by the question. "Well, if there are other dark elves here, they might kill me," she replies. "And I'm your only source of information right now. So that would be bad." I sigh, fire exhaling from my form. She ducks out of the way of the flame, but it still partially scorches her. The creature looks at me in confusion. "You burned me," she says. I say nothing. "Why didn't it hurt me when you burned me?" "I don't know," I reply simply. I have no time for frivolous questions. "I will check the other floors of this tower for you," I say, deciding I have nothing else worth doing. "Thank you." She is still detaching prisoners delicately from the device that connects them. There's something eerily beautiful about the way her body moves, and I find myself intrigued by her. I find no signs of the portal that brought me here on the floor above us. As I ascend the stone incline beyond that floor, I can immediately notice a similar chill. And as I reach the highest floor, I note several holes in the wall, like the hole I exited earlier. Only these seem much less intentional. Several cells line the walls, too, but they all seem to have been blown open. There are no other creatures here, dark elves or otherwise. "That's impossible," she says upon my return as she detaches the final prisoner. "I heard them earlier. They have to be here." "You can check for yourself if you like." She shakes her head. "I believe you," she says. She comforts the prisoners, talking to them and making sure they're going to be okay. Something about the display entices me. Mere moments ago she was terrified, almost unable to speak. Now she offers strength to those who cannot help themselves and who feel the same fear. What is this feeling? We return to the exit on the bottom floor, and she stares out at the world beyond this one. She hesitates. "Well, thank you for your help," she tells me. "I guess I need to be going." Rage fills my mind as she walks away. She would seriously ignore her promises after I made the effort of helping her. I grab her, freezing her body in place with my mind. The fear I sensed earlier returns. Did you forget our deal? I ask. I'm not leaving you until you give me the answers I need.
Chapter 5. Serena. What a strange creature. He grabs me, and I feel a familiar sense of déjà vu as I watch the frozen landscape, terror coursing through me. But there's something different about it this time. It doesn't feel like before, when the dark elves seized me with their magic. "Let me go, please," I say, my voice wavering. It's incredibly cold out here, the evening freeze nearly starting, and I can't avoid shivering. Whatever reason the dark elves had for bringing him here, I'm starting to think he might not be from Protheca at all. Fundamental concepts like buildings and compassion confuse him, and he seems poised to only do things when they directly benefit him. But he doesn't seem evil in a typical sense. He has no problems with snapping dark elf necks, but he also doesn't kill indiscriminately like they do. Somehow that intrigues me. What is this creature if not a murderous monster bent on killing everything? Like I said, I'm staying with you until you give me answers. His voice projects inside my mind. Or perhaps he only kills dark elves. But he doesn't seem to know what a dark elf is either. "That's fine," I say. "Just let me go. I won't run." Perhaps it's rude of me to even assume his gender. He feels male. The voice that speaks inside my head feels male. But it's possible he doesn't have a gender at all. "I'll let you go if you swear you won't run. If you run, I will kill you." Panic shoots through me, adrenaline rushing down my spine. So far he's only killed dark elves, but something in his conviction tells me he isn't lying. "Okay," I say. "I swear." He releases me. I regain control of my body, feeling an unknowable surge of excitement. What is this feeling coursing through me? The dumb part of my brain that wants to survive at any cost tempts me to run through the wilderness anyway. But perhaps this is for the best. If I'm honest, I stand no chance in the wilderness by myself. I'm a strong and capable fighter, but I don't mess with magic or wild animals. Those will dispatch me just as easily as... They're all dead. The realization crushes me. The people I trusted most to look after me, basically my only remaining family. They're dead on the 3rd floor of the tower, little more than crumbling skeletons. I'm going to come back and give them a proper burial. "What's wrong?" The creature's voice emerges inside my mind, and I suddenly wonder if he can read my thoughts. The moment he let go of my body, I clenched my fists and nearly crumpled to the ground in sorrow. "What do you mean?" The idea that he might have insight into my mind that even I lack feels tremendously violating. "Just now I let you go, and I felt a wave of sorrow overtake you. Why?" I turn around to him, returning to his side. He provides a warmth that might guard me against the coming chill, though only partly. I study his face, or what I think is his face. A stream of fire connects a series of volcanic rocks, pulled from the tower and made molten. The rocks have created an almost humanoid mask, ribcage, and arms around the constantly swirling vortex of flame that comprises his being. It's almost as though the first thing he did on entering our realm was to assemble a body that resembled the dark elves, though far more strange and disjointed. There is no singular structure that makes up this entity. He's rocks and fire that moves through the air. "Are you reading my thoughts?" I ask. He thinks over the question as I join his side. "I can read emotional states just as you or anybody else can." For a moment, I almost believe him. But from all indicators, he hadn't met my kind until only minutes ago. He couldn't possibly understand the nuances of human body language. I don't know if he even knows what a human is. "And now you're angry," he observes. That's when I hear a wail that pierces through the wind's roar and the falling snow. It sends terror through my soul in a way unlike anything I've ever felt, and I've felt a lot in the past several hours. There are strange creatures out in the wilderness of Praj, but that didn't sound like anything I've ever heard. It sounded almost human, but perverted and warped in a terrifying way. What was that? I look around me, desperately trying to find the source of the disturbance. All I see is the quickly falling snow that blows into my eyes and the trees that cover the landscape. If you don't know, why would I? It cries out again. I turn behind me where I think it originated. Then I hear the same cry in the opposite direction. Oh gods, whatever that is, there's more than one of them. You swear that's not you pulling a prank on me? This time the cry is closer. I don't know what a prank is. I feel the wind knocked out of me, as I'm suddenly knocked to the ground by something very large. I collect my senses. A rancid smell fills my nostrils. Inches from my face is another human's face, but it's apparently been stitched into the stomach of an ursane. The jaw opens up wider than any humans normally could, fur surrounding the human skin. I scream in horror as a strand of its drool falls into my eye. Then the monster is lifted into the air. I look up to see my rescuer, the strange, extra-dimensional being, struggling. With his mind, he pacifies the monster. But I gather that his powers might be based on weight, because I don't think he can hold it forever. Were these prisoners human? I look up and confirm a large hole in the wall of the tower, just as something rams into the fiery being, breaking his concentration. He's sent flying across the frozen fields, leaving me with the transfigured ursane and... Oh no. The other creature is seemingly several creatures stitched together. I see the hooves of an equus, the fur and torso of a warg, the head of a drypeer, and worst of all, several human faces sewn into the monster's body. One of them I immediately recognise. I almost can't find the words. What did they do to you, Ket? It's dumb of me to expect an answer. The creature just lets out several high-pitched shrieks, which emit from all of its mouths. The sheer volume of it causes the tower to crack slightly, and a piece of stone falls down from out of the 5th floor wall, nearly killing me. It might be just the distraction I need to get away. As I try to run through the snow, afraid for my life and filled with fury and dread, I wonder what gives them the right to do this. How does any of this even benefit them? I'm knocked to the ground again by the ursane, but this time I'm able to retrieve my dagger from my belt. I reach up, trying to drive it into the jaw of the face on the monster's torso, but it seems nearly impenetrable. The skin is hardened against my attack, and as I snap out of the way of the biting mouth on the monster's stomach, driving the blade into its fur, I find no purchase. That's when I immediately feel the presence of the other monster standing over me. I'm going to die here. I fought harder than anybody's ever fought to live, and I'm going to be ripped apart unceremoniously outside a laboratory. I close my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Then my eyes are filled with a bright glow. Fire engulfs the monster above me as it's again flown through the air. I try to avoid smelling the burning fur. Run, my fiery saviour says into my mind. I kick myself to my feet and follow the instruction without hesitation. For a moment, I don't look back, aware of the freeze that will surely destroy my body but fleeing anyway. I don't have a plan or any sense of reason left. Seeing what the Dark Elves have done to these people, dying unmourned in a frozen field doesn't seem so bad anymore. But I haven't given up yet. I need to survive this, so I can put a stop to it forever. When I'm far enough away, I look behind me. I see my saviour ripping the creatures apart with his mind. I want to bend down and vomit. Even from here, with the wild and unyielding wind in my face, I can see the blood and guts that pave the snow in the distance. I try to steady my breathing, relieved that both of the creatures have been dispatched and that I might still live. But there could be more of them. I don't know how many monsters escaped the tower or how many more could be in the other towers. How many more humans are currently the subjects of experimentation? How many lives are being pointlessly ended to satisfy elven curiosity? I feel a sense of warmth, and I realise that I've lost nearly all the feeling in my body. I have been so overtaken by adrenaline that my body provides its own heat. The noise of a swirling fire is just above me. "This is why you stay with me," the creature speaks into my mind. "Clearly you can't survive in this world without me, and I can't survive in this world without you." I nod, unable to properly convey my gratitude. Am I admiring a monster? I look up at him, watching him in fascination. Why is there suddenly something so magnetic about him? I want to punish myself for the thought.
Rosenfire, our family holds great weight and power in Orthani, and yet I hear whispers.
Do you think he can take him?
There is no way that this could happen.
No, more books. I can't remain locked in this ivory tower a moment longer.
She's perfect. The Baron's daughter must be found.
Julius, we shouldn't.
Why shouldn't we?
I am not a full dark elf. I do not possess their ethereal beauty. How will I find a mate?
The lowly Baron's son apparently has shown that he has the same gift of fire-wielding as I, if not stronger.
I am the family's dirty little secret. I am not the future of the family. Dukan is.
This world was created from a seed of evil.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, let me go.
If you want to join the poor humans who are bought and sold in the markets on a daily basis, you will find a way to get there.
I am free, and I am terrified.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail. Get seasons 1 and 2 of the Dark Elf series from worldsofprothika.com.
Prothika's magic is eternal. This series will show you why.
Chapter 6. Cinis. These strange, tall objects burn when I touch them, I say, watching in fascination as the flaming debris drops onto the pale ground. Those are trees, she says. And please stop burning them. You could very easily kill me. We walk through the cool, rushing wind, which is much louder and angrier than I remember back home. She stays close by my side through the darkness. She hasn't said much since we left the tower. I gather that the creatures we encountered might have troubled her as much as they troubled me. I could feel the merged souls in those unnatural creations, not evil or tainted, just driven into madness by sheer incompatibility. I have more questions than I know what to deal with, but I ask the most basic one on my mind. Where are we going? At first, I fear I might not get a response. I don't know, she says eventually. Somewhere safe. I look out at the bleak horizon. Nothing about this place feels safe to me, but I trust her to know her home realm better than I do. The wind rages even more aggressively, and I see faint hints of worry starting to take hold of her. Perhaps you'd be safer back at the tower? She stops, looks down at the ground, then pauses to laugh. Yeah, she says. I'm not going back there right now. Her resolve in this matter is almost concerning. We walk longer, neither of us saying anything. I'm finally beginning to appreciate the uniformity of this place. Like my home realm, the world seems to all be more or less the same. There are cliffs, trees, and long expanses of flat land separating it. Then perhaps we should talk to pass the time, I propose, glad to have a companion to accompany me. The other creatures back home were typically better rivals than conversation partners. Not that this place is anywhere near as good as home. As much as I'd like to learn about it, I'll be glad to be rid of it as soon as possible. She looks blankly ahead. Her stare suggests emptiness and a million thoughts all at the same time, and she still carries a deep sadness that screams at me. Okay, she says. Okay? She nods. You have questions for me. I have questions for you. We reach the side of a cliff, and she leans down, digging uncertainly through the snow. What are you looking for? I ask. She's growing increasingly frustrated at her inability to find something. Is that your first question? I was not aware we were limited to a set number. She stops digging long enough to address me. On the way here, I found a dead body left discarded in the snow, she says. Since I haven't been able to bury any of my friends or loved ones today, I thought maybe I'd bury him. Is that okay? I puzzle over the concept of burying dead creatures. Why would you do that? She sighs. It's frustrating talking to you sometimes, she says. Do you know that? Sometimes I feel like we're speaking the same language and you still don't understand anything I'm saying. I move closer toward her, scouring the ground for traces of a body resembling her species. The powder, which she explained was snow, is stacked high. Then help me understand. She shakes her head, moving her hand up to her chin. Droplets of water have crystallized across it. It's customary to bury the bodies of people you care about. But you said you didn't know this creature, I observe. So why bury him? First of all, he's a human, not a creature, she says. Like me. I'm human. Human. Second of all, we bury people as a sign of respect, so the animals won't devour them. I nod my head, now understanding this as a sign of affirmation. So you're a human, I say. Were those creatures you escaped from also humans? She shakes her head. No. As I think I've told you several times, those were dark elves. She stands up, clearly giving up on her mission. And the difference between you and the dark elves is your ears and your lack of ability to do magic? She chuckles. It feels good to hear something neither terrified nor full of anger. I think there's more to it than that, she says. But I guess you get the gist. She looks sadly down at the ground. I guess the animals must have gotten to him first. Parts of this culture fascinate me, like their insistence on keeping things around that no longer serve any purpose. In my eyes, if a creature has perished, its only purpose is as energy. And what are you? She asks. Do you have a name? The question deeply confuses me. What am I? Do I have a name? That's what I asked, yeah. There's something deeply beautiful about her eyes. They swirl green like the leaves on the trees, but also gray like the sky, and blue like some of the gems in my homeworld. I'm afraid I don't understand the question. I feel a hint of frustration rising in her, which she effectively stifles. Like I'm a human, and my name is Serena, which was given to me at birth, she says. Those dark elves were also born and given names. What are you, and what name were you given? I think about how goblins expel their young and realize this must also be how Serena was created. Then I marvel at the beauty of the name. I wasn't born, I tell her, but you can call me Cinis. Somehow that word resonates with me. She seemingly grows distressed by my answer. What do you mean you weren't born? I mean that where I come from, creatures like me are expelled from the core of my world. We don't have names. We simply exist. She starts walking, bringing her hand up to the side of her head and ruffling the blonde strands that fall off of her head. I think it's beautiful but trivial, like many of the flammable things in this realm. That's very strange, she says. So what's your homeworld like? I mull over the question. I suppose to explain my homeworld, I have to understand the differences between it and this world. And I'm still not sure I understand this world. So you know how in this world, it's mostly trees and mountains and flat land? She pauses to look at me, questioning whether I'm serious. I sense a new emotion taking hold of her. She starts to laugh. I grow concerned that I might have broken her. Mostly trees and mountains and flat land. You know there's more here than that, right? I suddenly grow intrigued. Like what? No, she says. You were answering my question first. Answer my question and maybe I'll answer yours. We reach the end of the cliffside, and I see nothing beyond the bright expanse of empty field, with occasional trees. Doesn't seem like there's anything else here. I wonder if she might be lying to me. We have cliffs at home too, I say. They stretch upward forever. No matter how much you climb, you never reach any kind of ceiling. Ceiling? I'm not sure I've said anything to cause any further questions. Yeah, roof. End of vertical height. Ah, she says. Sky. I feel my eyes squint, pausing to emphasize my confusion. But go on, she adds. Right, I reply. Anyway, there's vast stretches of lava and fire, too. That's about it. Her eyes are unblinking and sympathetic, even against the falling debris that strains them. That sounds incredibly boring. I feel as though I've grown a second face. I hunt mostly, I clarify. Hunting. The mere mention of it takes me back to the tower, where I left all those souls uneaten. Clearly, this human Serena captivated me entirely too much. I was so distracted by her that I forgot about my meal. Then I realize I'm very hungry. But that second other hunger I was feeling, that I couldn't identify, doesn't seem to be present anymore. As we continue to walk, I feel the same familiar sorrow starting to overtake her. Being around it is incredibly agitating to me. You said you were going to describe this realm to me, I say. And since I went through the trouble of describing my homeworld, it's only fair you do the same. Right. But it's a solid minute before she adds anything. I can see her mind drifting off somewhere else, and I grow jealous. I want her here with me, helping me figure this place out so that I can return home. Well, we have more than mountains, trees, and flatland, she says. So you've claimed. But I've not heard or seen anything to the contrary other than those towers. She mulls over my question. We also have oceans filled with water and seas, lakes, and ponds. Those are also filled with water. She starts to trail off, and I realize I've sent her down a tangent. We have towns where people have built dwellings and businesses. There are craters and volcanoes and islands and caves. We actually have those too, I reply. I forgot to mention those. She looks slightly frustrated that I interrupted her tangent. Islands? No, caves, I tell her. The goblins and ogres live in them. She shakes her head. I don't know what those are. I don't know what most of the things you said are, I reply. She laughs, and I feel a sense of elation overtaking me. It's pretty interesting that you're even able to understand me, she observes. Do you speak the same language I do, even though you come from another world? I ponder the question. I guess I understand the meaning of what other creatures say in any language, because I mostly interface with your mind, I reply.
Chapter 7. Serena. What's that? Cinis asks. I blink slowly, not noticing what he's referring to at first. What? Cinis might be the most interesting thing I've ever encountered. Of course, there have been moments during this conversation where I've wanted to turn around and sprint far away from him, but they're becoming fewer and farther between. Something tells me that he's not looking to hurt me or consume me. I think he likes my presence as much as I like his. That. He gestures towards my hands. They're shaking. Why is that? Glancing down, my shivering hands serve as a reminder that the cold is truly doing a number on my body. I don't remember how long we've been walking, but my arms and legs feel numb. The nightly freeze is finally arriving, and the cold is almost too much to bear, even with the added heat Cinis provides. It's because I'm cold. Why would you move erratically if you're cold? That comment makes me laugh quietly. When he puts it that way, it makes us humans seem like weird creatures after all. Well, it's the body's way of trying to warm us up. I don't know the details around it. I've had others explain it to me better. I say, rubbing my hands together as I speak. But movement creates warmth inside of us, so we shiver. Interesting, he says, looking away. There's a brief silence between us before he comes back for more questions. So your kind needs heat? Yes, exactly. We need a lot of things, really. Food, water, shelter. I trail off, wondering if he's following my train of thought. For a creature ripped from his own world and brought somewhere completely alien, he sure is precocious. I think I admire that a little bit. But in the absence of one or more of these things, we can be really versatile, I continue. We can survive with very little for impressive amounts of time. But it hurts you, he remarks. To deprive yourself of your needs causes suffering, I'm sure. I look at him suspiciously. As my guide, if you're not operating at efficiency, then you're less able to offer insight, he adds. And that endangers us both. The cold bites into my skin, causing me to stutter my words. I'm not sure I can keep walking. We should find shelter soon, for warmth. I think I understand. My eyebrows furrow together. We've come to a small circular valley between the cliffs, with trees dotted around. It's a relief not to be straining my legs. A lot of this walk has felt very uphill. Before I can speak, Cinis turns his back towards me. I peek around him, realizing that the snow has begun moving on its own. Stones emerge from beneath us, and I duck out of the way just as one flies past me, crashing onto the snow-covered ground. But then it dawns upon me that Cinis must be the one controlling the stones. He must be moving them with his mind the same way he moved those dark elves. I'm not sure how I reach the leap in logic. It feels like understanding Cinis means suspending my disbelief at times, willing myself to believe in alien concepts. The stones glide across the clearing as he scoops them out of the snow and packs them together, clinks and crashes accompanying their movement. I watch in awe as a small stone hut materializes, seemingly from nothing. Cinis even makes sure to include small windows and an uneven doorway. As I watch him work, I all but forget about the cold seeping its way into my bones. Amazing, I think. A deep hum resonates from him just as he tilts his head. Then he steps back and turns towards me. I let out a deep exhale, the air revealing my stunned wonder for the creature who is stuck by my side. That's incredible, I whisper. Why are you sitting? He asks. I fell when I saw the stones flying around, I explain, rising to my feet unsteadily and brushing off the snow that clings to my clothes. I didn't know you could do that. I did it for you. I swallow down the knot forming in my throat. Why would a monster like Cinis care about my needs and wants? That doesn't make sense to me at first, but the cold eats away at my rational thinking. Now, my ears burn with a heat that I didn't even know I had. You know, peak efficiency and all that, he elaborates. Thank you, I say. But don't you think a cavern would be better for us? It would be warmer, more spacious. He makes an expression that gives me pause. That doesn't mean I'm ungrateful for what you've done here. It's amazing, it really is. I can always make it better, he replies simply, gazing at his handiwork once more. Is it because of these holes in the wall? I was only trying to mimic what I saw back there. These holes are for entrances, are they not? I nod. Yes, they're windows, and you've even made a door, which is great. I push forward through the snow, approaching the makeshift hut and standing underneath the doorway. I place my hands on my hips, observing the dark, stony interior. I don't know if it'll be warm enough for the both of us, though. How can I improve it, then? Thicker walls, maybe. The wind can knock it over if it's not strong enough. And maybe a strong stone ceiling. Cinis follows my advice. Yet again, stone emerges from deep beneath the snow, and he starts creating another layer around the hut. I keep my distance, watching with awe as Cinis heaves such heavy materials around with his mind. After a while, he ducks into the hut and starts focusing on the ceiling. I grimace, already imagining how awful it would be if this small building caved in on us while we rested. Without a doubt, I would die easily. I can't survive a boulder to the head. Cinis strikes the stone walls with his fiery arm, which makes me flinch. That's when I realise that he's only checking the foundation for strength. I believe it's strong now, he says from inside the dwelling. My hands are still shivering as I make my way forward once more. Are you sure we'll be safe in here? Why wouldn't we be? He replies simply. I don't understand why you humans need little creations like this to feel safe anyway. It keeps us warm, for one. And if anything decides to attack us, we have a barrier between us and them. A creature who wants to attack us will not live to see tomorrow, Cinis says. That terrifies and excites me all at once. There's so much I still have to learn about him. Come here. Tell me what you think, he says, beckoning me farther inside of the dwelling. With cautious small steps, I make my way deeper inside to stand beside Cinis. I take in the surroundings as best as I can, hindered by the darkness. Still, I can see that it's quite spacious in here for the two of us. Despite the snow that still crunches beneath my feet, I'm starting to feel a bit warmer just by approaching Cinis. He's like my own personal oven, only without the need for a flame. Do you like it? He asks. I do. Are you sure there's enough space in here for the two of us? He studies me unflinchingly. You seem to have a lot of demands. That makes my skin flush yet again. I don't mean to boss him around. I'm only trying to ensure our survival. But I'm sure he would have already gotten rid of me if I were truly annoying him. Fine, he eventually says. But first, you must get warmer. It's fascinating you need heat. Where I live, heat is everywhere. Within seconds, he extends a small flame and presents it to me. I reach out for it, careful not to get too close. Immediately, the warmth envelops me. For a brief moment, it makes me feel that everything is okay. The thoughts that torment my mind still. Of my friends dying around me one by one and watching them melt away horrifically. Of losing Aldor and the life leaving his face. And of the tortured monsters who were once humans but became something corrupted, have almost faded into the back of my mind. But as soon as I'm able to, I still need to return. The work is unfinished. There are other towers with people who need my help. It doesn't matter if I die trying. Are you feeling better? Cinis asks. Closing my eyes, I nod firmly. Yes, thank you so much. He keeps the flame in front of me as he continues work on the dwelling. I sit down on the ground with my back against the stone wall, watching him silently. I don't know what it is about him, but his presence is both calming and magnificent. I can't keep my eyes off of him. Well, to an extent that must be normal. He's a monster. He's abnormal. He may not even be from this world. All of this should pull me away, but instead it draws me closer. He's a bizarre creature, something that shouldn't exist in this realm. But maybe that's what makes him beautiful to me. Despite his brutal nature and his desire to consume souls, he has shown me kindness. He has protected me from the dark elves. Without him, I would be dead. This is nothing more than simple gratitude. I feel indebted to him. That's all. At least, that's what I'm desperately trying to convince myself. There's nothing more to these feelings, I'm sure. Just gratitude, appreciation, respect. But there's another emotion brewing inside of me, one that I don't understand and can't acknowledge.
Chapter 8. Cinis. The human woman, because that is what she has told me she is, shudders slightly. By now I realize that it means she is still cold. I feel myself frowning. Is this dwelling not warm enough? My inner voice is quiet and slightly frustrated. Not at her, but at my apparent inability to keep her warm. I find myself placing my arm, which I know is warm, around her waist. I drag her close to me and she does not object. Instead, she huddles against me. Eventually, the shuddering of her body subsides, and I watch as her skin, pale as the snow, becomes smooth again, her hair laying down flat. When she seems to become more comfortable, she sits up and moves away from me. There is a sudden emptiness in my chest that shakes me to my core. The feeling takes me back to before I met her, when I knew I was lacking something but didn't know what. What is it? I ask her as she looks around her excitedly. Her back is slightly arched, and her lips, glistening and plump, are parted. Her forehead is furrowed, and her eyes are slitted as she seemingly examines the dwelling I made. A streak of insecurity crashes briefly into me and passes just as quickly, like a lava column that rises from the pits to the ceiling and then subsides. Is something wrong with what I created? I created it for her, at her insistence. What is it? I ask her again. She shakes her head before she answers. When she turns to look at me again, her face is flushed, her eyes wide and slightly glassy, dazed. It's magnificent. How did you do this? Her voice is a breathless gasp, and the wispiness of it, the silveriness of it, sends a burst of something dark and growling through my chest. I don't understand, I ask her. Because while her voice, small and gasping like that, makes me want to rip things apart, I do not actually understand the question. This house, you just made it out of almost nothing. How is it even standing? She stands up and then rubs her hands together. When I look at her, her face looks almost feverish, as though something has set her on fire from inside. Maybe contact with me has lit the flame inside her that everyone has. She looks around wonderingly and then paces around the dwelling. She examines every inch of the place. A harsh wind whistles outside, and she shudders again, although this time I can tell that the movement is reflexive more than anything else. It's amazing, she mutters to herself and keeps muttering to herself as she paws lightly at the rocks and traces the lines of the dwelling, which is not much more than a cave, albeit a cave with a door and windows. I do not really know what is amazing about what I have created. I suppose someone like Serena needs shelter, and this would be adequate. So you've told me, I say, several times. There are so many things I do not understand about this realm, about this plane of existence. I cannot help but wonder if I'll ever understand. The question bursts from me then. The question that has been nagging at me since I pulled Serena away from those dark elves who summoned me. Why did they keep you alive? I know that she understands what I mean by the way her shoulders stiffen. She hunches over slightly, and her full mouth becomes one thin, flat line. Serena shakes her head, sighs, and then turns to me. Her face is wan and tired, and her skin is stretched tight across the bones of her face. I had hoped you wouldn't ask, she says. Still, I watch her expectantly. They kept me around because they might have bred with me. Her voice is emotionless. Or that's all I can figure. They said they only needed 8 humans for the ritual, but there were undertones. Bred with you. I tilt my head to the side. Yet another thing I do not understand. She sees the confusion on my face and sighs again. They might have wanted to have sex with me, for pleasure, or to make me pregnant so that I could produce more dark elves. I understand then, sort of, and I go cold for the first time in centuries as horror descends on me. Do you want to be bred by them? I ask, and my voice is hard even though I expected it to be shaky. Serena bites down on her lower lip, and for a second I cannot look away from her wide, glossy eyes. Serena turns then, her shoulders hunched uncomfortably, and I take that as an answer to my question. My gaze drifts down as she strides away from me to marvel over the dwelling again. Something unknown, something hot, tightens in my core at the sight of her. She is tall, her legs long and lithe, her body supple and soft. I manage to swallow an involuntary groan before it slips out, and I know then that this woman, this creature from an entirely different plane of existence, this being made of flesh and blood and probably moonlight from the looks of her skin, makes me want. I haven't wanted anything except fire and blood for as long as I can remember. But her, Serena, I want her. Thoughts float into my head then. Thoughts that do not belong to me at all. Thoughts that are tight with worry and angst and curiosity. He can lift objects with his mind and he doesn't find that strange? What must he think of me? I figure out quickly enough that the thoughts belong to Serena. I look at her as she bends down and looks at the ground covering I created. She does not seem to realize that we are both somehow communicating mentally. Maybe she is doing it without even noticing. What are these thoughts inside my head? These aren't mine. Her eyes widen as she turns to me in confusion. I am used to communicating mentally with other creatures of my kind, but I have never communicated with a different species like this before. But even though the experience is bizarre, more unbelievable warmth washes over me at the thought that Serena is as intrigued with me as I am with her. A screaming, blinding, booming wind crashes into the cave-like dwelling then. Serena jumps and shrieks, and to my surprise, she runs at me. She huddles against me, and I notice that she is shuddering again. Her snow-white skin isn't smooth any longer, but is raised with bumps. Is it a reaction to the cold? I don't know what's going on, she says, but you'll keep me safe through it, won't you? You will be safe, I tell her. I do not know if this settles her or not. I sense some reservations as she looks at me with a caution that wasn't there before. I find myself reaching out to her hair, long and soft and golden. I stroke it, the movement completely involuntary. How did you survive these blizzards before? I ask after she does not push me away. We may do with what we could. We are refugees, displaced in this world. And on Prosh, we might be mostly safe from the dark elves. But our lives are worth very little on Prothika, and we only survive through trusting each other. We talk for some time until the wind from the blizzard drowns out our voices. I can sense a growing hesitation in her, but still, she clings to me for warmth. Then Serena, her eyelids drifting shut every few seconds, sighs. Will you make me a bed? She asks me. I need her to explain the concept to me. After a while, I try, doing the best that I can. Serena settles down on it, although I do not miss the look of discomfort on her face. Is it to your liking? I ask her, and prod her shoulder gently with my finger. A smile twists across her face. It could be a bit softer. She chuckles lightly. I look down at the pile of moss and stone I put together. In one fluid motion, I lean down and lift her in one scoop. Then, as I focus on the bed, I remove the stone and add more moss and peat from outside, careful not to burn it. She is warm in my arms, and I am reluctant to put her down. But when her head lolls to the side, I know she is asleep and will not be comfortable in my arms. That looks interesting, I think. Might catch the moss on fire if I sleep next to her, though. Even so, I find myself strangely longing to sleep beside her. She quiets my hunger. As I float in the air, hearing remnants of Serena's dreams in my mind, I find myself drifting off to sleep.
Chapter 9. Serena. Did all of that really happen? Did I really escape a band of murderous dark elves and get rescued by a primordial being made from fire all in one day? I wake up with a dry mouth and a sore head. I ache for water and food. But I am grateful that the harsh noise of the blizzard seems to have disappeared, along with the rest of the storm. It is still frigid outside, though, and the bitingly cold air manages to seep into the dwelling that Cinis crafted for us last night. I roll from my side onto my back and blink drowsily at the sight above me. I am alone in the bed he made. Because Cinis, instead of still being asleep next to me, is hovering in the air above me. He'd probably catch the moss on fire, I think. He hovers horizontally, with his arms folded across his chest. He inhales and exhales slowly, and his eyes are closed tightly. It is clear that he is deeply asleep. I wasn't sure that his kind could sleep, and I sit up then, grateful to be somewhat alone. I shudder then as memories of the previous night invade my thoughts. Memories of him saving me. Memories of me finding shelter in his arms. Shelter from the danger. Shelter from the cold. My face flushes at the memory of his body heat, burning against my skin. My throat goes dry at the memory of how hard and solid his body was against mine. It is inevitable that I start to dwell on the mental link that popped up between us last night. Was he reading my thoughts? Was I hearing his? My entire body is warm and flushed at this point when I remember the way I felt him, solid and heavy and sharp in my head. It was an unusual experience and it was uncomfortable, to say the least. What sane person would want a monster from a different dimension, summoned up by the dark elves, to have access to their brain? I swallow convulsively as I remember the way he swept through my mind, rifling through my thoughts and analysing them. He could sense, could feel, could probably taste my every fear and desire. At that moment, Cinis knew more about me than I did. But it was a double-edged sword, because while he was looking at my thoughts, sensing my desires, my body and brain were flooded with his desires, his thoughts, his primal base needs. I saw how he viewed me. I saw how he wanted me. I saw that he did not understand his own need to have me. He wanted to take me. He wanted to have his way with me, like the dark elves would have. But strangely, the thought of Cinis taking me, ruining me, filling me up with his heat and seed, does not scare me away. Instead, my body grows hotter, if that is possible, and when I cross my arms over my chest, I brush up against my hardened, tight skin. A sudden, unexpected wave of anger crashes into me then. I can't be thinking about this monster like this, I whisper. I just needed him for his warmth. Cinis doesn't stir. I do not think even the souls of the dead, which litter Praj's air, could wake him. You shouldn't be feeling this way about a monster. I'm angry that he invaded my thoughts. That's how I should be feeling. I don't know why I allowed him to violate me like that. It is still quiet outside, although when I open the door, a rush of burning cold air forces its way into the little dwelling. Goosebumps flicker up across my skin, and my eyes start watering from the cold immediately. I know that there are dangerous creatures just beyond the walls of this dwelling. I also know that I have a duty. I need to bury my friends so that I can keep taking the towers, because in all those towers there's a good chance more of those unnatural experiments are being conducted. I don't know how I'm going to manage it, but I know that I'm not going to enlist the help of a monster to do it. Especially not one willing for the first opportunity to drop my guard so that he can have my way with me. I only allow myself to let out a pained gasp when I have fully stepped out of the dwelling and wedged shut the stone door behind me. A cloud of sparkling white air escapes my mouth, and I know then that I am way too underdressed for this weather. I hope Arcanis never has a moment's rest in his afterlife. I grit my teeth as I struggle through the cold air. And it is not just cold. It is freezing in a way that reaches down one's throat and crystallizes your lungs. It is the kind of cold that can freeze your fingers and make them fall off. It is the kind of cold that kills. I am tempted to turn back to the warmth of the dwelling. I almost want to run back to the unholy heat of Cinis's body. I make it to the edge of the forest, just a hair out from the towers, when I hear the rustle of something moving through the trees and undergrowth. It isn't loud, so I try to reassure myself that what I am hearing is the hustle and bustle of the small forest creatures that live on Praj. I specifically avoided taking the same path so that I wouldn't face the horrors of last night. I try to keep my movements light and soft anyway, because even the small forest creatures of Praj can be deadly. And then, in a moment, everything changes. Not again. The creature comes at me from the left and knocks me to the ground, leaving me breathless. I lower my head to see its face and immediately regret it. This time I'm staring down at a human head with inhumanly large fangs, whose neck is contorted unnaturally onto a Taura's torso. My head spins and my teeth chatter from the shock and the cold. Pain travels throughout my chest as the beast's sharp fangs clamp down around both my ankles and I am dragged through the forest. I let out a shriek of pain and terror as I reach for anything, a branch or bush, that I can hold onto. But even if I could, the creature dragging me to my definite doom is much stronger than my thin arms, and I'm not able to pry the rusted, stained dagger from my belt, even if I could get close enough to hurt it. I am not willing to give up, though. I have spent years training as a warrior and a liberator of prisoners, and I know I have the skills to survive, if you're very lucky. Finally, finding a strong and sturdy branch as pain radiates through my leg, I wield it against my foe, stunning it momentarily. The creature's eyes are wild, and it looks almost bewildered. It has spent its entire life in a lab, and now it has escaped into the wilds of Praj, where it will only survive if it becomes as bloodthirsty as the rest of the beings on this continent. I cannot help but feel sorry for it as I get to my feet and brandish the branch. It snarls and lunges at me. I dance backward and dodge the swipes of its claws. I whack it with the branch, and it yelps angrily. If I get the chance, I need to draw my dagger. But where can I strike? I know from experience that these are tough-skinned monsters. A whip of my branch doesn't faze the creature. Instead, it becomes more angry, and this time when it leaps at me, there is no more mercy. I fight as best I can, but the branch ends up snapping into 3 pieces, and it grabs me by my wrist. I shriek, kick, scream, and scratch. I do everything I can to make it let go, but I am not strong enough, and I can't reach my dagger. A hole opens in my stomach and my chest. A hole filled with regret and sadness and fear. Fear because I know that my death will be painful. You should have gone back to Cinis. Maybe he would have killed you, but at least you would have been warm and dry. I keep fighting, even though I've accepted that there's no point. I've been trained not to surrender. My body sags to the ground when the creature claws me across my face and swipes at my head. I am still conscious, but the creature is in complete control now. It keeps punching and clawing at me, and eventually I stop screaming. This is it. This is the end. Fat, hot tears roll down my cheeks as I lay in the dirt of the forest floor. More waves of sadness and regret wash over me as I lay there. Soon, my eyes start to flutter closed, and my body starts spasming every few seconds. I need to cough, but I don't have the strength to lift myself. Instead, I start to choke on blood, saliva, and dirt. I didn't even make it to the towers.
Chapter 10. Cinis. Cinis, you have abandoned us. You have left your home. You have left us behind with only the monsters for company. Mostly when I sleep, I dream. But tonight, I get messages from my home plane. The plane of existence which I was dragged from. Messages filled with reproach and regret. But then those messages fade away, unimportant as they are. And then I dream. When I dream of fire and rock. And I dream of a human woman, with eyes bright and sharp as a kaleidoscope. I wake to the taste of fire in my mouth. It takes me a few minutes to become clear-headed after a night of flurried, senseless dreams, and this is something that never happens. I have never once, on that other plane of existence, that plane of fire and rock and chaos, woken up confused before. But this place called Protheca is something different. And while I may be a powerful creature, more powerful truly than those here who tried to capture me, I must admit that this planet is dangerous. I know that I am alone almost immediately. I'm still hovering in the air, and I let myself fall gracefully, gently to the ground, before I look around. Memories of the day and night before come back to me in a flood, in a rushing instant, and I look around for Serena, the human woman I rescued. But she isn't there. Instead, I am alone in the dwelling I created at her behest. Was it all a dream? I mutter to myself, as I flex my feet on the ground of the dwelling. Did I dream her? Did I conjure her existence up out of thin air? Was I so hungry for companionship that I fabricated the events of an entire day? I mull over the possibility of this for some time, until I come to the conclusion that I did not, in fact, dream up Serena. I do not know what convinces me. Maybe it is the intensity of my feelings, the strength of them, overwhelming and all-consuming, that sways me to believe that Serena was real. My feelings for the now vanished human woman burn brightly inside me, as intense as the fire I am made of. I realize as I step outside the dwelling that I am confused more than anything else. I am confused by her presence and her absence, and I am confused about how I feel about her. Where did you run to? I let out a sigh as I examined my surroundings. This place is barren and bleak, very unlike the opulent luxury of the fireplane that I come from. And why did you leave it all? Unless something has taken her? The thought crosses my mind swiftly, and I straighten up, my back becoming erect, and my chin sticking out determinedly. I recall every word that Serena told me about this place, about this planet called Protheca. It is dangerous, particularly for humans. The fire in my chest, not my own fire, but fire stoked by my feelings for Serena, flickers and spits furiously, and a low growl escapes me. As I sprint into the forest, jettisoning through the air, moisture falls from the sky, far more quickly than the snow. I can feel a tortured soul nearby, fused with another being without consent. It is the unnatural presence of an experiment. I pick up Serena's scent then too, light and fresh and as sharp as the kaleidoscope colors of her eyes. It is mingled with the scent of the laboratory beast, and for a second I cannot tell who the blood belongs to. But what I do know is that Serena is no match for those experiments. The roar that I let out stills the forest. The little creatures that dwell under rock and soil and in the branches of the trees go deathly quiet. No one will hurt Serena. Not now. Not ever, I think to myself as balls of fire grow from the palms of my large hands. She is my only way home, my only guide through this realm. I accelerate now, flying so quickly that the trees blur past me. I find her quickly enough, and when I do, a hole seems to open in my chest. A hole carved from despair and fear. She lays prone on the ground, and I have never seen her look so small before. Not even when I rescued her from the dark elves. A laboratory beast is bent over her and it paws at her. Her skin is cold and gray, her body unresponsive. Serena! I find myself roaring her name. I hope to rouse her from her state of unconsciousness. I hope that I am in time, and that when I drag her body from the ground, her kaleidoscope eyes will open for me again. The beast looks up and snarls at me as I land heavily on the ground just a few paces away from it. I burned up a lot of my strength just getting here, I think, feeling my energy still partially depleted. I'm not going to be fighting at full capacity. It does not wait for me to attack, but lunges at me, claws and teeth white and razor-sharp and deadly. But nothing is deadlier than fire. I do not leap backward or parry the attack. Instead, I exhale a cloud of fire towards the creature. It howls with pain and fury, and while it is distracted, I push Serena's body out of the way. I cannot afford for her to get more hurt. The hole in my chest sings with happiness when she lets out a groan, but the creature leaps at me again before I can even look at her. The creature's claws scrape against the rock that my body is made of. The creature's face is misshapen and vaguely human-like, now seared from my assault, but it attacks on all fours, claws unnaturally protruding from hooves. The dark elves must have cut the fear right out of this thing, because any other beast would have run off by now. I think this to myself as we fight, tumbling through the undergrowth. I am stronger and faster, of course, but the creature also has a lot of brute strength and seems to be functioning off madness alone. This must end now, for her sake. Part of me wanted to spare the beast and save her. I'm unsure why. Maybe the thought that somewhere in that beast there might be another Serena, capable of helping this realm. But its soul is perverted beyond recognition. I lift the creature through the air, gathering what little strength I have left, and I rip the experiment apart, its innards bursting free and coloring the pure white snow. I collect myself, exhaling smoke as I try to gather my strength. When I stand up and look over at Serena, I'm happy to see that she is conscious and sitting up, although she looks dazed. And again, The intensity of my feelings confuses me. Why am I so happy that this human, who should be of no importance to me, is alive? Why am I so happy that she is breathing? I push the unanswerable questions from my head and walk over to her, where I examine the bruise on her head and the cuts all over her body. It is clear that she is quite hurt and will need to be healed. I'm not sure how humans heal, but I know that I will find a way to do it, even if it extinguishes the last of my fire. Are you? I do not know how to ask the question. I've never had to ask it before. I've always been surrounded by indestructible beings. Are you well? The phrasing of the question is awkward, and I feel awkward. Serena's eyes are bloodshot and misty. Thank you for saving me. She does not answer my question. Of course, I tell her, the words coming from me so naturally. As if I would have let you die, is what I actually want to say. Water falls from the sky far more heavily and insistently now. I gather her up in my arms and her body goes limp against mine. We need to find our way back now, I say, as I turn in the direction I came from. Serena does not say anything. Instead, I reach out through our mental link and try to figure out how she is feeling. All I can sense from her is overwhelming fear and exhaustion, and she is in a lot of pain. It is okay. My words are still strange to me. I have never had to comfort someone before. I will get us back. Nothing will happen. I do not fly, but I hover back smoothly and slowly through the forest, aware that every movement I make could hurt her. I expect her to fall asleep against my chest, but her breathing remains slightly uneven, and I hear her breath hitch every few seconds. Do not worry, I find myself saying over and over again. No harm will come to you again. No harm will come to you.
Chapter 11. Serena. Why did you wander off? You knew it wasn't safe. He carries me through the frozen plains, and not even with his mind. I feel his fiery hands, jets of flame coated in volcanic rock, upon my body. Pain shoots through many parts of my body, but it seems like something about the monster cauterized my wounds, and I'm too embarrassed to show the full extent of my suffering. Again, I ask, how aren't you burning me? I look down at the swinging amulet my mother gave me, gripping it as a source of comfort. But I notice that in all the battles, the gold might have gotten scuffed up slightly. I'll need to see if I can polish that later. I might not understand him, but maybe I need him after all. I grab the amulet from around my neck, breathing on it, but the air is cold and icy, and if anything, I only make it worse. Fire fills my lungs, as even the mere act of breathing is challenging. Are all humans impervious to fire? He asks me, as he ducks under a tree. The whole thing still catches on fire anyway, just from him touching the one branch. I laugh as much as my body will allow, then realise he might be serious. Why would you think a thing like that? He looks down at me, and I look upon the bulging muscles he's built himself. I know they're all synthetic and rocky, but they still affect me in a strange and powerful way, and I'm not sure I can deny that anymore. I've never burned a human before, he says. Those dark elves were extremely flammable, but your kind, not so much. Yeah, but you've never tried to burn a human, I remark. I think I see something like a smirk in his features, but it's difficult to tell. How do you know I'm not trying right now? He asks. I can see that this isn't going anywhere, so I just shake my head and chuckle. Perhaps I'll never know. Maybe I'll just have to try burning another human sometime, he muses. Of course, I think you'd be pretty bothered by that, but I guess you never know. You came back for me. I look admiringly into his fiery eyes, staring deep into them as my peripheral vision glimpses the passing tundra. A smile curls up into my lips. In spite of the horrors I've witnessed and the betrayals I've felt, Cinis has been there for me, as a constant. Yeah, well, until you get me home, I can't exactly leave your side, can I? I reach up and graze his rocky chin, noticing a gash on my arm that hurts with movement. His jaw is chiseled and cracked, resembling obsidian. It's strange to me how, as I touch it, it should feel like burning glass, but it resembles stone or even hard flesh in my hands. The effect is almost calming to me. You didn't have to come back for me, I tell him. You know I don't know how to get you home, and you're here anyway. He contemplates the thought. I still have faith in you to get me home, he says, but leaving you behind felt cruel somehow. I stroke his chin, admiring him. Why did I ever leave him behind? That doesn't sound like the utilitarian Cinis I know. He laughs, roaring flames emitting from his mouth. It still doesn't burn me. If anything, it feels like a comforting breath of air that soothes my wounds. When have I ever been utilitarian? It's not your fault, I tell him. I know where you come from. If you don't hunt, you die unmourned. So of course most things feel pointless to you. I suppose I have a similar problem. If I run into a dark elf, there's a good chance they'll enslave me. It makes it hard to trust. He looks off into the horizon. I wish I could see what he was thinking. Why did I come back for you? He poses the question aloud, almost rhetorically. You've given me everything I need to understand this world, he says, but something keeps pulling me back to you. When I thought about you dying, it actually upset me. I gaze up at him, studying him. I feel an urge to interject, but I'm more content to watch this strange being ponder the nature of relationships. He had no mother, no father. He was birthed into a strange and unforgiving world, and then forced into an even stranger world against his will. Here, he is little more than a terrifying monster. And there's something more, he said. When I was back home before I was taken, I felt this strange urge, almost a compulsion. I couldn't understand it. He looks down at me for the first time. When I'm with you, it's not so bad. It sounds to me like you were lonely, I reply. He shakes his head and fire spouts off of him. It's something more than that, he says. Lately I look at your body, and I can't help noticing how nice it is. We reach the hovel he built, and I dread that this conversation might come to a natural end, and that he'll never mention it again. That material covering your body, there's something underneath it, right? I chuckle awkwardly. Yes, I tell him. I'm able to take off my clothing. I'd like to see that sometime. I look up at the open flame where his mouth would be, and I ponder what it would be like to kiss him. I desperately want to, but I can't reach him while I'm in his arms. Merely trying is too painful. Come to think of it, why doesn't your clothing burn off? He asks. I mean, your clothing is made of the same material as those elves' clothing, right? Then I realise how confused he must be. You said you don't have a mom or a dad, right? He nods. Expelled from the core of my home, he says. Quite a while ago. So if you wanted to, you couldn't. He sets me down on the ground, and immediately I miss his warmth. The cold crashes into me, exaggerating my wounds as I shiver slightly. Couldn't what? I try to think over how to explain sexuality to a being from a realm where it seemingly doesn't exist. The idea is probably ridiculous. But then, so is the idea of a being like him even having these feelings. What could have nurtured these feelings in a realm where my kind doesn't exist? Do your people have children? He leans up against the hovel, and I see where his form chars the rock. Some of my kind can expel beings like themselves once they come of a certain age, he says. Then their flames burn out, and they perish in the deepest chasms of my home. So asexual reproduction, then? He stares at me for a minute, and I question whether I've said something enormously stupid. What are you talking about? I take a faint breath, realizing this could take some time and that I'll have to go very slowly. We have certain species that reproduce asexually, I tell him, coughing gently. They're able to take pieces of themselves and break them off, and then they become entirely new species, separate from the original creature. Do they still retain the memories of the original creature? He said something that I didn't expect to puzzle me. I honestly don't know, but then I suppose I've never considered them having memories at all. That's awfully close-minded, he says. Aren't you the slightest bit curious? Haven't you ever asked one of these creatures directly? I shake my head. No, typically these creatures aren't capable of communication, so asking one directly would be impossible. I realise suddenly that he's suppressing a laugh. I guess you're learning humour, I say. He nods, expelling a fiery chuckle. Partly. I still have no idea what you're talking about. I bring my hand up to his chest, still deeply engrossed in how it doesn't burn me, and how he almost feels like a man I could love. I'm able to forgo the pain of my wounds, if only for a moment. Do you feel anything from that? He looks down at my hand, and I wish I could feel his heart beating. I see where my hand has been clawed open slightly. That will probably scar, but I've dealt with worse. My touch receptors are fine if that's what you're asking. That's not what I'm asking, I reassure him. I lower my hands down his torso gently, feeling the grooves of his chest. I move down to his abdomen. I mean, do you feel anything from that? He shakes his head in confusion. Do you want me? I ask. He hesitates, then nods. See, as far as you've been taught, your kind reproduces asexually, I tell him. That means you're able to break off a piece of yourself and create an entirely new being, like I said. I suppose. I watch his mouth and wish I could see it moving as he talked. I wonder whether the flames inside his rocky armour would burn me. But I think you're different because your kind isn't supposed to have these kinds of desires. I already knew I was weird, but thank you for confirming that. No, that's not what I mean at all. I drive my finger into his chest, then move my fingers slowly up and down. I think you might reproduce sexually. I place extra emphasis on the last word. Maybe that's why you're afraid to let me go, I continue. Because you feel possessive over this body. You want it for yourself and nobody else. He looks down at me and exhales deeply, producing a jet of fire. He can't deny the effect I have on him. Can you explain what you mean by sexually? I shake my head. How about I show you instead? Standing on the balls of my feet, I bring my hand around his shoulders, then move my mouth toward his. This had better not kill me. To my surprise and utter delight, his rocky mouth moves with mine, and his fiery core doesn't burn me. I can feel my heart pulsating, my need hopefully a bit more clear to him now. Now, why don't we test my theory? I lead him inside the hovel, hoping above all else that I'm right, and that I can survive this pain that nearly drags me under.
Chapter 12. Cinis. Serena's words are so strange and pose no real meaning to me. But when she presses herself to me, I feel something in my core. It's a fire unlike anything I've known. Is this satisfying that incomprehensible need I once felt? As we make our way into the hovel, she regards me with a strange look. What's wrong? Her eyes trace my form from my rocky shoulders to my base, hovering just over the ground. You can form things, right? She asks. Her face is pinched in an odd expression. I suppose. Well, I suppose I want to try something. Her cheeks turn pink with warmth as her green eyes regard me with something I don't quite understand. Let's try to build you a shaft, she says with a cough. What is a shaft? I ask, not sure why I need it. It's an organ that humans use for sex. You need it for penetration. Why would I want to do that? I don't understand these human customs. Because it feels good, Just try it, okay? Her cheeks emanate a heat as she sits on the earth next to me. Okay. So what does a shaft look like? I say, looking to her for direction. It's like a rod of sorts that goes between your legs. She gestures to the space, and I look down in disbelief. That sounds like an odd appendage, but I am curious to try it. I gather earth and rock and begin to form my shaft. Serena instructs me on the shape and specifics, helping me mold it until she is satisfied. I'm quite surprised with this new organ, certain that my kind only expelled beings from ourselves, but Serena says humans use this shaft together to mate. I'm surprised at how natural and intuitive it feels. Strangely, it feels comfortable, as though it always belonged there. Serena touches and strokes the organ in her hands, experimenting with the feel, squeezing and applying pressure. A bit more narrow there, she says, grabbing the base. An odd sensation starts to come over me. The sight of her kneeling before me sends a shock of heat coursing through my already fiery form. This human woman is making me feel so odd, but the curiosity makes me want to keep exploring. Once the organ is formed, Serena takes a step back to look me over. Her mouth turns up in an expression that makes the heat rise to her cheeks again. There is also something else. A warmth emanates from her core. Thanks for reading this far. Unfortunately, this portion of the chapter is way too hot for YouTube. Head on over to worldsofprothika.com for the unabridged spicy details. Use code YouTube30 for a great deal on a hot read. Back to our story.
Chapter 13. Serena. As Cinis curls around me, I feel myself swooning over him. Though it seemed doubtful at first, he's becoming a natural lover, just as I suspected. I roll over to face him, still in bliss. Do we customarily face each other afterward? He asks, still not understanding my expressions. Well, yes and no. That was just the beginning. There is more I can teach you. More? Like what? Like this, I say. We know you want more, and we'll give it to you. Find all the delicious details of our story at worldsofprothika.com using code YouTube30 for a fantastic conclusion to this chapter. Thanks for reading.
There comes a time when you must sacrifice everything for something bigger than yourself.
My job was to kidnap her, not fall in love with her.
What if Julius had seen me use magic? He must never know.
What's happening to me? What's happening to my magic?
He would never understand. He'd see me as a liability, a risk too great to keep close.
When everything begins to fall apart, and the only remedy is to sacrifice your heart.
No, I can't let him find out.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, don't do this.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail.
And that time is now.
Savannah, run! Chapter 14. Cinis. You need to rest, I instruct her. Since our unexpected encounter, I've begun to notice wounds on Serena that I didn't notice before. At first, they were not major and didn't seem to be affecting her in any meaningful way. Plus, my familiarity with human vulnerabilities is not high. But over time, they appear to have opened up significantly, and I can see them draining her. I'll be fine, she urges me as we walk around outside, her movement noticeably impacted by a heavy limp. We have to go back. I pause for a moment, scrutinizing her. You could have perished on the way to the towers, I remind her. Maybe I'm powerful enough to survive those beasts, but you are not, especially not in your current state. What do you want me to do? Not bury my friends? Leave the remaining humans in the towers, possibly to be experimented on and mutilated? I shake my head. You didn't tell me you needed to evacuate the other towers. If you just told me, maybe we could have dealt with them earlier. She laughs gently, but with a cruel undertone. In the dead of night, in the middle of a freeze, after being attacked by unspeakable horrors? I don't think so. I float forward more slowly, in the hopes that it will dissuade her, and that I can talk her down before we get too close. But she's speeding ahead of me, even with her limp. I can see the pain she's in, both emotionally and physically. It's a scourge on her being. I would have done it for you, I reassure her. You were all I knew. You were my guide through this realm. What was I going to say? Cinis, I barely knew you. I'm not even sure I really know you now, to be honest. This sudden change in tone catches me off guard. I wasn't going to ask you to clear entire towers for me, she says. Besides that, you were pretty insistent on not helping me. Didn't you ask what I would offer you in return for your help? Well, you know me now, I reply. I'm not sure you could claim otherwise. She shakes her head. That was sex. Normally it means something, but in our case you made it clear it was purely physical. Every word cuts through me. What do I need to do to heal you? I ask. Maybe I'd be more comfortable letting you go back in a better state, but as is, you're an easy victim. She turns to face me. Where is any of this coming from? Why do you care if I live or die? I look ahead toward the distant towers. The elves have magic that could easily destroy me if I let it, so I'll have to be careful. Do I have to have a reason? Why can't I just want you to be okay? Because you're you, she says. We already established you were keeping me alive because you wanted sex, and now that I've pleased you, you can let me go. I shake my head in frustration. Or maybe you haven't had enough of me yet, she comments. You haven't gotten to have me yet. If that's the case, just take me now and be done with it. Why are you so ready to throw your life away all of a sudden? You seemed pretty keen on staying alive last night. Her emotions have become a conflicting twister, almost impossible to read. Can't you just read my mind and find out? She asks. Just like you always do? That's not how it works at all. I don't simply peer into your brain and read your thoughts. Except for when you do. The wind's rush is cold and unforgiving, and as she separates herself from me, I can see her shivering even in the milder daylight. It's the whole reason I left. You broke into my mind to learn how I felt about you. You violated my trust, and saving my life doesn't change that. I sigh. What can I do to prove that I care about you? You can let me do this. Let me save the people I failed to help. Let me confirm that the people we saved are okay. And I'm telling you that you can't go in your current state, I reply. So tell me how to help you, and I'll do that. She looks out toward the black glowing structures, deep in thought for a moment. Fine, she says. If you insist on healing me before we take the towers, then that's fine. I really don't know what it's going to prove, though. In any case, I know you torched the library on your way out. But there's a common magical book in every library, healing mortal wounds. If you can find it in one of the towers, you can retrieve it and use it. I pause, freezing in place. What? Serena presses. I'm not able to read, so... She describes the image on the cover of the book and writes down the book's title on a piece of scrap. I walk her back to the hovel to ensure her safety, levitating the piece of scrap in front of me so it doesn't burn. She doesn't say anything on the way. It feels like a barrier has suddenly appeared between us after I shared one of the most intimate experiences I've ever had with her. What's more, she pushed for the experience in the first place, urging me to open myself to this new realm. And now that I felt it, I'm not sure I can take it back. And do one more thing for me, she proposes as I glide away from her. What? After the sudden rift she's created, I'm a lot more reluctant to help her. When you find the book, liberate the tower for me, and make sure everybody we saved is safe. I nod. As long as their magic doesn't connect with me, there's not much the Dark Elves can do to stop me. So this feels like little more than an inconvenience. And if it returns to me the Serena I knew, who helped me discover this realm, then it's worth it. I start a small fire in the hovel for Serena so that she can keep warm, and then I venture out into the wilderness. I hope this is worth it. I say aloud. 2 days ago, I didn't even know what a human was. Now I'm risking my life for them. And for what? In the distance, the towers beckon me. I hesitate, knowing that the dark elves hold the secrets to unmaking me should they choose to use them. But I won't give them that chance. I first confirm that the humans in the tower we liberated are okay. They found portions of food left over from the elves and are using that to sustain themselves. They're still very weak, and it's only a temporary solution, but for now they're equipped to survive. The moment I enter another tower, I'm greeted with immediate opposition. The layout appears identical, meaning bookshelves outfit the first floor. I just need to stop myself from burning them. "It's here," one of the dark elves says to another immediately as I enter the room. "Tell the boss." I lift the elf in the air, choking him. The other dark elf flees for his life, running up the stairs. Easily enough, I'm able to dispatch the elves on the first floor, killing them without destroying any books. Curiously, they don't seem to put up much of a fight. Now to get this book for Serena. I levitate the piece of scrap in front of me, using it for comparison as one by one, I look at the covers and spines of these books. It takes longer than I'd like, but I manage to find it and set it on the table before I move up. If I carry it with me, I only risk damaging or burning it. "No potion tables," I note upon reaching the second floor. "Just lots of cells." The humans are huddled together in cells, connected to the strange device. They all look at me, pleading for their lives. "I'll come back for you," I say into their minds. "I need to clear the tower first." This tower has several floors of cells, gathering nearly 4 times as many humans. But I can't do anything about that yet. The top floor appears similar to the one where I was summoned. I find a large group of dark elves huddled together while muttering an incantation. Blue light emerges from all of them, streaming together into the room's center ceiling. I fear they might have readied a spell to deal with me, but as I watch from the stairwell and the light dissipates, seemingly nothing happens. "It's done," one of the elves says to the group. "He knows everything now." I step out from the shadows. "Hello." I kill them individually, ensuring the humans' safety. Though I can offer the humans no food, I promise to return for them and tell them to be safe. This group appears even weaker than the one we liberated. Perhaps this will convince Serena of my loyalty, I say to myself, secretly glad it was less trouble than I thought it would be. I try to scan the book as I levitate it in front of me, turning the pages with my mind. But I can't read any of this world's languages, so it's effectively gibberish to me. "I found your book and freed the tower just like you asked," I tell her upon returning to the hovel. "But they'll need food." Serena instructs me on where to find filvec grass and rearsed herb, which I mash together into a powder. She consumes it, and we wait. While she recovers, I retrieve food from nature to give to the survivors, even finding a far-off garden. The creature there has wings but still speaks intelligibly. In an unlikely pairing, he's also settled down with a human woman who helps me find what I need. I marvel at the flowing river in front of their home, amazed at the variety of geographical features this world offers. Serena rests peacefully when I return. As she sleeps, I sense a lot less distress in her, and notice that her wounds are nearly gone. Hopefully that was enough, I muse to myself.
Chapter 15. Serena. Thank you, truly. I find myself surprised by this strange, fiery being. He could have easily abandoned me to the cold. In fact, it would have only been logical. What do I really mean to him? Perhaps more than I thought. While he was nursing me back to health, he apparently accomplished a great deal, feeding the humans in the tower we liberated, and even liberating 2 more. The only thing that bothers me is that for some reason, I can't find my mother's amulet. I don't want to accuse him of taking it from me, but I fell asleep with it mere days ago, and I haven't been able to find it since. "I didn't evacuate all the towers," he replies, "so if you want, you can still have your fun. The frozen wasteland is so much less foreboding by his side. In spite of my reservations, I should have realised how crucial he is to the cause. Now I can walk among the fields and tundras without worrying about freezing to death. And before I met him, even when the people I loved were by my side, that was an impossibility. But lately he's been sulking more than I remember. Are you okay? He looks back at me, not really engaging with me or seeing me like he usually does. I'm fine, he confirms, though the way he says it contradicts his point. You don't seem fine. He stops moving in his tracks, the snow melting underneath him and giving way to rubble. Oh, am I worthy of your kindness now that I've done what you asked? I try to meet his gaze, but he won't look at me. Cinis, I'm sorry, I tell him. I wasn't myself. I've been through a lot. He shakes his head, and the flames that break off him, which I used to find cute or alluring, now seem intimidating. Something's very different about him. Can you please talk to me and tell me what's wrong, so we can work it out? Before I dropped you off at the hovel, he tells me, you insisted that it meant nothing and that I was just using you for sex. It's been a long time and you still haven't apologised for that. I grunt, more frustrated than I can articulate. I'm sorry then, I reply. I'm sorry I assumed that you were only keeping me around because you wanted to have sex with me. Whatever. We stop where we always stop before any dramatic fallout, with the visible towers that both brought us together and tore us apart in the background. I know something else is wrong. He doesn't say anything for a solid minute. He just stares. Finally, he speaks. Would you still keep me around if I wasn't valuable to you? If I wasn't powerful? What do you mean? I try to act kind, moving in toward him to try to comfort him. But as soon as I approach him, I feel overwhelmed by his heat. Something is wrong. If I move any closer, I know that he will burn me. I mean that from the moment I've met you, I've done everything you asked. I helped you free the towers, then I freed 2 more. I fed the captives. I even became intimate with you. You wanted that, I know you did. He nods. Okay. You're right. What else aren't you telling me? I ask. He stares down at the ground, as though afraid to ask the question on his mind. But eventually, he breaks the silence. How are you connected to the dark elves? Those pointy-eared creatures that imprisoned you? I shake my head, not able to believe that he's making me address my trauma directly. We've been over this. They captured and enslaved me. Then they were going to use me against my will. He floats in place, and the jets of flame that shoot beneath him, keeping him propelled, now unnerve rather than calm me. I don't think that's all it is. Okay, Cinis, I say. Fine, explain this to me. Why would I be working with people who ruined my life and killed everybody I love? He hovers, not saying anything. I hate the Dark Elves. I will always hate the Dark Elves. You're reopening wounds I thought were closed forever, just mentioning them. Do you know what it's like, watching people you care about be killed in front of you without a thought? For the fun of it? I sigh in frustration. By the gods! I don't know if you noticed, but I just got done reliving the worst experiences of my life. And now you, a mind-reading creature. I don't read minds, he interjects. You sure as hells did earlier, which I'm pretty sure is why we're fighting. But what do I know? He fumes. You think I can control any part of what I am or what I'm able to do? If you're uncomfortable with any of it, just call me an outsider. Call me a freak. I never once said you were a freak. I don't even know how you know that word. I just wish you'd respect my mental privacy a little more. People aren't supposed to know the things you do. He widens the distance between us, and I'm afraid he might abandon me in the frozen wasteland. I have to de-escalate this. If I'm abandoned out here, I could be in big trouble. I can't control any of it, Serena. Can't you understand that? I don't know what to say. If I give my permission, then I'm justifying his intrusion into my mind. Forget it, he says. Never mind. He starts to float away. I realise that I need to stop him if I'm going to stand any chance of surviving. Wait. I reach to grab his arm, badly burning myself before pulling away. Why can't I touch you? I ask, looking at the reddened skin on my palm. He turns back, startled. I can see that he doesn't have an answer. I can see that something has upset him dramatically. Can you at least take me home? I ask, moving on from my question. Maybe you don't care about me anymore. Maybe you're ready to believe horrible things about me, but I'm going to die out here if you leave me. He produces a bright flame, causing me to jump back. I worry that he might actually kill me. Fine, he says. Just use me like you always do. I look back, trying to think out how I caused this, how we could have gotten to this point. It's true that I was a little aggressive yesterday, but it felt justified. I'm still putting myself together. But that last thing he said really threw me. What could have possibly caused him to think I allied myself with the Dark Elves? I even instructed him to wipe them out. Much of our time together has been invested in clearing the continent of their presence. If he had heard me at all, he'd know how much I hate them. For him not to know, that tells me he wasn't listening and didn't care as much about me as I thought. We walk together in silence, something I'm becoming a little more comfortable with than I'd like. Perhaps this relationship isn't worth salvaging after all. Maybe he's different from me on nearly every level, but he's still the most real thing I've found in this frozen wasteland since I lost my family. Twice. Well, you got what you wanted, I tell him as we arrive back at the hovel. How could I possibly want this? I shake my head. You wanted a guide to get you through this world, the world of Protheca, I remind him. I try to interject a little levity, burying my hostility toward him so that we can leave each other on a positive note. Now you know just about everything you need. He watches me for a time, studying me. I want to touch him, to close the distance between us, but for some reason, I can't. How did everything become so complicated so quickly? I feel like I'm trapped in the centre of a tornado, with no idea how to escape it. Just tell me the truth, he says, calming down only to infuriate me yet again. If you're working with them, tell me. I clench my free fist, a contrast to the hand currently seeking his warmth. I need to get away from him before I do something I regret. I have no idea how you'd ever think that, and the fact that you do insults me. I don't mean to insult you, he says, but the Dark Elves are capable of unmaking me. They're the reason I was brought to this realm in the first place. I walk back into the hovel, ready to be done with this conversation. The door remains open behind me. If you hate it so much here, then just get away from me. He hesitates. I hope he won't take me at my word, that he'll stay and try to work things out. I don't know anymore if there's anything worth keeping alive, but he brings me a peace unlike anything I've ever known. I feel safe with him. Instead, he floats away from me, and I'm left alone in the hovel he built, a sturdy reminder of the life we shared together, however brief. I have to get out of here. Before he disappears from my field of vision, the fire inside the hovel lights, his final parting gift to me. If I'm able to make it back, then I still have a home at the camp. It's a long way from here, but at least I'll be welcomed and I'll have a chance of surviving. Perhaps it's best to let somebody else deal with the Dark Elves for now. I can't be the only one still ready to take up arms. I should have had him take me back, I mutter. I would have loved to introduce him to that world and show him the people I spent my time with. I spend some time alone with my thoughts, mourning my loss. I feel the tender flesh on my palm. It stings to the touch. I lost my mother's amulet, my one reminder of her, which she gave to me as a child. And I lost Cinis. Finally ready to accept the end of a beautiful thing, I move to close the door. That's when an unnerving feeling crosses over me, sending cold prickles down my spine. I hear the stomps and snorts of equus, and I'm face to face yet again with my captors. I can see them dismounting, ready to overwhelm me. Oh no.
Chapter 16. Cinis. I'm nothing more than a tool to her, I mutter aloud. This wasteland is so much colder without her, if that even makes sense. I'm a being of glistening fire, as Serena has made a point of reminding me, but I miss how brightly my home world burned. Compared to this world of ice and frost, elements of nature I didn't know existed prior, my realm feels a lot more welcoming. And yet how strange is it that I'd rather be in her arms, even if I'm pretty sure by now that she betrayed me. Deep inside one of the caverns I found a hot spring, where I like to contemplate my thoughts. It sits on a mountaintop, far away, and I see faint hints that this cavern was once occupied. Months, possibly years back, I remind myself, looking out over the raging river below. I stoke the fire pit in front of the cave as I head inside. It burns brilliantly with a simple breath, a raging flame that lay dormant, having awakened to see the world's changes. I need to think. I need to remember. There's a nest that seems to have once belonged to some giant bird, and among the materials there are tattered pieces of clothing that might have been a woman's. The hot spring deep inside the cavern almost looks like it was pried open and made accessible, the walls seemingly clawed or mined into. Suspending myself over the hot spring and letting my flame shoot downward, heating it even further, I meditate and pause to reflect. The water boils under me as I hover. Water drips from the ceiling around me, and I can see several openings where the cavern opens up into endless tunnels. I'd like to explore these caverns with Serena someday. But then I remember that I cannot as I close my eyes. I walked away from her. Why did I do that? 2 days ago, I returned from clearing the third tower, offering plenty of food to the captive prisoners. 2 days ago. Eventually, we'll get you out of here, I tell one of the men, a dark, tall human whose hair is both less tame and much less bright than Serena's. He hunches over like me and smiles less often than Serena does. We just need to make sure you're going to be safe first. The humans are huddled together on the first floor of this tower, their eyes faint and dizzy. Buckets of fresh water decorate the gray rock floors, the cells covered in their blood. I get it. I figured I was going to die in these cells. Feels strange that I'm not. He rasps, producing a loud cough. I always worry when Serena makes that noise. Thanks for looking out, the man adds before taking a bite of the bread I brought him. I singed it on my way here, and he nearly burns his mouth as he bites into it. But I know he's grateful all the same. As I watch him, though, I can't help but see the taint within his soul. I can see the bright white light coalescing inside him, not as powerful or delectable as an elf's. But it's diseased and rotting. I'd love to pry him open and just get a little taste of the darkness he's accrued over a lifetime. How long has it been since I've had a good meal? You've done terrible things, I observe. He nods. I don't make a secret of it anymore. Part of getting clean is putting everything out in the open. I crack a fiery smile, a new trick I've learned from my time with Serena. Who'd you talk to? He asks. Was it Gemma? She's always gossiping about things she doesn't understand. I shake my head. I can see it. His brows furrow, his mouth tilting to the side. Well, anyway, thanks for saving me from that monster. I nod indifferently, realizing that my hunger is too large to be ignored. I need to double-check something upstairs, I urge him. What is it? He asks. You didn't miss anything, did you? I note the panic in his eyes. You're fine. It's a small detail. Insisting that nobody accompany me for their own safety, I return to the top floors of the tower, gazing over my shoulder. The room is as bloody as I left it. I didn't leave much opportunity for them to react, cutting through them before they found the opportunity to unmake me, but the lack of resistance was surprising. While the humans wait downstairs, I pry open a few of the deceased dark elves, devouring their essences. I've denied myself far too long, and I'm hungrier than I ever remember being. Delicious, but a little too rich, I note. letting the lights of their souls fill me up. Lately, it feels like they've been putting up even less of a fight than usual, almost as though they've given up, or like they want us to evacuate the towers. Once I've had my fill of energy, I return to the bottom floors of the tower with newfound motivation and clarity of mind. Wait for me at dawn. I stand before the group of humans, addressing them. I can tell that they aren't used to me. I'm not used to them. But if it proves to Serena that she can trust me, the discomfort is well worth it. I'll be back in the morning with more food and water. And I levitate the buckets behind me, heading back to watch over Serena. I miss her on these walks. The wind is not great company, nor are the failed lab experiments that roam through the open expanse, terrorizing anybody who would dare cross their paths. Someday I'll help them. The process by which animals become fused with humans still horrifies me. I vow to myself that there must be a way to undo their magical entanglements. I'm so tired of putting them down. I can see how much their mere existence hurts Serena. The hovel beckons me in the distance, snow falling gently over the horizon. My jets light and heat the ground beneath me, sizzling the rocky terrain I float upon. In front of my vision and slightly behind me, trails of steam follow. I squint. What am I looking at? A bright blue light hovers in the distance near the hovel. Part of me wants to run to Serena's side as another light appears, but my curiosity wins. Probably just my imagination. That's when two dark elves appear in the distance, illuminated in blue. I dash forward, panicking. Stop! They walk forward into the home, and as I jet forward, using my flames to propel myself at extra human speeds, they leave our home, chatting indifferently and laughing about something. They look up at me, flying toward them, and they point at me. Then, in a flash of light, they're gone. I don't get a chance to kill them. I rush forward to Serena's side. She's still sleeping, completely unaware of what transpired. I can see that her wounds, which once became critical, are now healing over. Serena just needs her energy. What was that? I wonder aloud, brushing my fiery arm through her golden hair. Did I just imagine it? Or is there something else going on? The following day, I bring more food to the towers, looking out at the final towers in the distance. I know I should liberate them for Serena, but something's been weighing on my mind. I've never seen her actually harm a dark elf in all of the time I've stood beside her. She's expressed her animosity toward them on multiple occasions, and she's done significant work in helping the humans. I shake off the thought as I head home, the sky's slightly clearer today. The songs of the winged creatures are beautiful to my ear, their every movement graceful. There is less snow melting beneath me today. Then in the distance, near our home, I hear voices. I know I should sprint forward at even greater speeds, but I'm again tempted by that foul imp called curiosity. Their voices hit my mind, and my mind translates them into raw thoughts. I don't think it's going to be a real threat, one of them says, his intonations naturally lacking the melody I ascribe to Serena. We've taken care of the issue. Containing the elemental shouldn't be a real problem. It's cleared 3 of our towers, another says. Tell the dozens of dark elves it's not a real threat. Big, sentient, roaming fire chokes the life out of them, incinerates their flesh, and steals their magic. And you think it's not a threat? There's a pause and 2 questions reverberate through my mind. Why are they standing outside our home, not even bothering to threaten Serena? The moment they raise their arms, I'd be dashing to her side, but they seem somehow indifferent to her. And why are they stopping here specifically? Why, if I'm such a threat to them, are they not doing more to fight back? The towers aren't what matters, the first dark elf says. The elemental's not what matters, nor are those dark elves. In the big picture, they knew what they signed on for. There's a bigger mission at play. We got what we wanted from the girl. Now we can relax. Aldous has what he needs to retake the continent. They look into the stone house, peeking in on Serena, and they laugh. My flames burn brighter than ever, and as they increase, they begin to spread. Several trees burn behind me. I rush up to the dark elves. I want them to be afraid or to run away, but even as they lay eyes upon me, their laughter continues. I snap both of their necks. Chapter 17. Cinis. 2 days after seeing and killing those dark elves outside the hovel, I still don't understand what's happening. I thought I had accepted that Serena could not be trusted, but giving her up and walking away still doesn't sit right with me. I have too many questions, too many things I need to ask before I can understand why we're in the position we're in now, not even speaking to each other. I've got to make sense of this. I leave the cavern ready to confront Serena now that I've calmed myself. I need to understand how she's associated with the Dark Elves and what she isn't telling me. I don't understand this bond, but I know that I hunger in a way that souls can't feed me, and I know that I can't say goodbye until I make sense of this. The vast expanse seems far larger, my jets of flame only vaguely punctuating the silence. I miss talking with her on these long travels. It's been so long since we've been close. In the distance, I can see our stony abode. I vaguely wonder why I wasn't able to touch her when we last met. It's been heavy on my mind since I left her. That's when a familiar feeling of dread overtakes me. We've been found. There's someone here. I don't try to hide or run away from the source of that noise. I remain motionless, staring off into the distance where I can only discern trees and snow. Nothing attracts my attention at first, but then I see them. It's not like before when they were only vaguely passing by, stopping outside our hovel. This time there are legions of them. They're coming my way, clad in a strange blue armor that reflects light brilliantly. That's what catches my gaze immediately. Then I notice their hardened faces, their dark eyes that stare directly at me. Who sent you here? I try to project my voice into their minds, but either they're indifferent to my words, or they somehow don't hear me. I'm asking you a question. Their smug smiles as they look at me send me into a rage. Tendrils extend out from my body towards the attackers. I throw all of my energy and strength into this attack, wanting to tear each of these creatures apart for threatening the sanctity and peace of my makeshift home with Serena, wanting to sear the flesh from their bodies. Luckily enough, I have enough fire to melt through their bodies completely. Whatever they're doing here, and however they've manipulated Serena, I'll make them pay for all of it. Jets of fire project from me in waves, enveloping the entire area save for the hovel. The melting snow heats up, becoming a vapor, and the grass catches fire, creating a layer of smoke. When the smoke clears, they are completely unharmed. I lift my arm again, sending fire at one of the men, whose smile is especially malicious. But my flames bounce off of his armor as if they're a passing breeze, stretching toward the blue metal, and then flinging off in opposing directions. You're not a threat to us anymore, one of the men says. Leave this place. We have no more business with you. This disgusts me. Get the girl, he adds. Aldris wants to question her personally. The white-hot heat within my soul burns furiously, unable to conceal my fury for the creatures who have ruined everything. I throw more flames at them, trying everything I can to stop them. But as Serena emerges from the hovel, a light blue magical energy surrounding her, she struggles against her captor, and I realize that I misread the situation. Cinis! She cries out, squirming in the large dark elf's arms. Be careful, Cinis! They have my amulet! It's... A bright green energy snakes from one of their fingers, swirling itself around her mouth. Her screams are effectively muffled. What are we going to do with him? One asks. Isn't he going to pose a problem? Don't worry about that. We've nullified the threat. That's when one of the men in the back readies a magical surge. I want to lift him into the air, as I see him aiming for the hovel. But my magic doesn't connect. Whatever that armor is, it nullifies everything I can do to them. A burst of magical energy emits from the dark elf as the others watch with glee. With a thunderous impact, the walls of the hovel are sent crashing down, all of our belongings surely crushed inside upon collision. I watch in horror. I could always build it back, but it will never be the same. I can't very easily touch Serena, or I'm going to burn her. and the magical energy surrounding her makes her immune to my magic too. Nothing is working, I say to myself, feeling an overwhelming urge to destroy everything in my path. They have taken everything away from me. Why is nothing working? Oh, good idea, one of the dark elves says, admiring the collapsed hovel. Really puts a nice bow on it. The laughter grows louder. My fury burns deeper. My flames do not work against them. I can't lift them into the air. For the first time in my existence, I feel helpless. There's only one thing I can do, I think. As far as I know, they're not immune to mental attacks. As Serena remains muffled in one of the men's arms, I emit a high-pitched scream, feeling my rage fill their minds. It has some effect, but not nearly as much as I had hoped. Instead, the dark elves grit their fangs together, their eyes squinting in annoyance. "Can't you shut that thing up?" one of the men asks. "It's really giving me a headache." "Not a worry," another dark elf says. I watch as, only vaguely irritated by the intrusion, they ready a blast of light, sending it hurtling in my direction. The blast knocks me back into a tree, which catches fire immediately. I am woozy from the impact. They walk off into the distance, and I am left alone with my pain. I'm alone with the realization of how badly I've failed her. Clearly, they weren't allying themselves with her. They were merely leaving her alive because she was useful to them somehow. Why, I'm not sure. But I can't give up. She's still within reach. If I just move quickly. What a useless thing you are. Glancing up, the creature in front of me looks down at me with his chin slightly upturned and his upper lip curled. He wears the same armor that the rest of his soldiers wear. But there's something about him that seems especially disgusted. As I look up at him, I notice Serena's amulet hanging around his neck, the runes glowing bright red. "So you're the monster who killed Arcanus?" I try to rush away, back towards Serena. I can still sense her pain. But the dark elf knocks me back down to the ground, white magic pushing me to the charred rock. I pointlessly send a large flame casting toward him, but as expected, it hits the armor and flies off into the distance, crashing against the mountainside. "You'll find we're a lot more prepared for you than we were when you first arrived here," the man says, his voice slow and toxic. "Arcanus was a fool. I was wrong for trusting him to carry out our mission." "Who are you?" I ask, speaking directly into his mind. He grits his teeth. "It's a pleasure to meet the creature who has so badly stalled our research," he says, not immediately addressing the question. "I'm Aldris Elruka. Perhaps you've heard of me?" I harden my form, ready to launch another unsuccessful attack. I just wish he'd shut up. "No matter," he says, smiling widely. "You know, I wanted to congratulate you. Good job. You won a vital battle against my men earlier. But your girl..." He pauses, looking at me with utter indifference. "Oh, what was her name again?" "Serena," I reply. "If you hurt her, you will regret it. That's all I am willing to say to you." "Oh, don't bother with that. There's no use threatening me," Aldris replies, making a gesture with his hand. "I'm afraid you're far outside your element, and we'll make sure to treat your woman real nice. Make her the breeder she was always destined to be." Another jet of flame collides with his armor and bounces off, doing absolutely nothing except dislodging several rocks from the mountain. If I keep doing this, I'm going to burn up all my energy and ravage the landscape. "Why aren't my attacks doing anything?" I ask him, having given up on understanding. "What is that armor?" A grin appears on his elven face. Then he lets out a dry laugh as he closes his eyes and shakes his head. He lets out a long, drawn-out sigh before continuing. "That's something you don't need to know," he says. "No, I'm not giving you vital information, but I'm going to do you a favor." I survey his face, trying to discern his intentions. "What?" "You were an accident, really," Aldris says. "Can you believe we were just trying to acquire a perpetual source of heat from your plane so that we could heat our houses and make colonization easier? But that girl's stupid amulet." He clutches the golden relic around his neck. "Anyway, I'd be happy to send you home where you belong," he says. I'm sure you've been just miserable here. But what about... You're human? Aldris asks, smiling wide. Oh, don't worry about her. We'll take good care of her. Before long, she won't even remember you existed. A deep ache materializes within my body, something that I can't explain nor control. It blooms within my chest at hearing those words, expanding throughout my body until I'm incapacitated once more. What is happening to me? Please just let me go after her, I say. I'll leave your soldiers alone. You don't need her. Oh, I beg to disagree, he replies, rubbing the amulet around his neck. You see, the humans on Praj have been allowed to roam free for far too long. It's time we rein them in and allow them to realize their true purpose. I fling myself forward at him in a final fruitless effort. As breeders, I crash into his armor, doing absolutely nothing. I think it's about time you go home, where you're not a problem to our mission, Aldris says. Don't you agree? Light radiates from the amulet, matching the color of the snow. As Aldris whispers an incantation, the light stretches toward me in wispy strands, enveloping me and obscuring my vision. Soon enough, it feels like I'm falling through the ground. I have no direction, no purpose, and nowhere to go. Only white light envelops me and holds me close. I can feel the cool air of Protheka dissipating, heat surrounding me instead. And I can only think of Serena.
Chapter 18. Serena. Sweat trickles down the sides of my face. Dried blood rests on my bottom lip, evoking a metallic taste every time my tongue swipes across the broken skin. My body feels sore and I wake up tied against a chair. I make the mistake of believing I'm alone, so I don't fight the urge to call out for Cinis. I miss his protection. I miss his presence. But for some reason, he couldn't fight back against the dark elves that came to take me away. Why is that? What did they do? You truly are a silly human. My eyes narrow at the dark elf that emerges from the shadows. I suppose he was waiting for me to wake up. He pushes himself off the door that keeps me away from the rest of the world and approaches me with loud footsteps. I swallow hard. Where am I? Is this a shack? How observant. Besides the chair I'm tied to, there's nothing much in this small space except for a few other wooden chairs lining the walls. If this is where I'm going to die, it's a pretty lackluster location. There is nothing distinctive or notable about it. Are you thinking about that monster of yours? Cinis. I spit, annoyed at his callous tone. He's not a monster. You're far more brutal and monstrous than anything he could ever be. You flatter me far too much, he replies bluntly, rolling his eyes. But you're deluding yourself. He was nothing more than a failure. You're wrong. As I take in more of his appearance, I notice my mother's amulet resting on his chest. And who are you, anyway? I would think you might have heard of me, he says. After all, you seemed plenty familiar with Arcanus Hightower, who was under my employ when your pet killed him. I shake my head. I'm Aldris El-Ruka, he says. I'm the one calling the shots. Others thought to come here and take your kind back, but I was the only one who showed the initiative. There's much we can do with your kind in the name of science. My stomach turns at the memory of seeing my friends' bodies destroyed by the dark elves during their ritual. Their mangled corpses rest strong on my mind, my loneliness only amplifying the pain I thought I was successfully burying. I can still remember digging their graves. Were you disappointed when we killed him? I ask, rubbing my wrists together. If I keep doing this, perhaps I'll wear down the material wrapped around them. I start giving it a try, thankful that my body conceals what I'm doing. Were you friends? He chuckles a bit before brandishing his hand and slapping me across the face. Arcanus was a disappointment, Aldris says. You might have thought you accomplished a great deal, retaking our towers like that, but we can create more in seconds. I feel the soreness radiating across my cheek. Despite the pain, I smile slightly. Why don't you behave, and maybe I'll treat you a little better, Arcanis suggests. After all, you're going to be here quite a while. I clench my jaw, not wanting to retort in fear he might do something to me. Instead, I indirectly focus on my wrists moving together. The friction starts to cause me some pain, but I keep going in the hopes that my plan might work. But yes, to answer your question, I knew Arcanis, he says. We hail from Cluse. Arcanis, being the inquisitive mind that he was, wanted to find a way to make this continent a better place for dark elves. We had both heard of your unnatural colonization here, and we wanted to bring it to an end. A human's most vital purpose is creating more dark elves. It's unnatural that you defy that. It takes everything within me to hold back my grimace. Of course he would think that. The dark elves don't have any respect for us. Any semblance of freedom we get, they swoop in to snatch away from us. So that's why Arcanis came here, to study, to observe. He punctuates each word firmly. He captured some humans and documented everything he learned about them. Then he sent the information back to me, but something curious started to happen. The humans started dying inexplicably at first. I scoff. They were being put in horrible conditions. Why is that so surprising? No, this was different, Aldris presses. Their skin would turn red at first, before turning black and hard. This was especially prevalent along their fingers and toes. The longer we kept them alive, the worse it got. Obviously, this was not a good thing. We needed the human subjects to be alive for an acceptable period of time. We don't have an unlimited supply. To have them die prematurely was a shame. Aldris cracks his neck by rolling his head around in a circular motion. I flinch at the loud crunch. He doesn't glance my way. He continues talking after a brief pause. Some of our own were being affected by the cold, so Arcanis needed a way to keep everyone warm. That's when his eyes snap towards me. He smiles, but there's something empty in his eyes whenever he looks at me. Hatred, contempt, apathy. At that point, I know that he doesn't see me as a living being. He only sees me as a nuisance, a human who ruined all of his plans. We found a strong connection here between this plane and the primordial plane of fire. A ley line running between our worlds, deep underground. So we wanted to channel that energy and use it to aid our efforts, he says. But your stupid amulet. He pauses. I'm sorry, it's quite useful. It just has a nasty habit of getting in the way. Where did you get it? I say nothing in response, not wanting to give him the satisfaction. He pauses, before clearly expressing disappointment. He really wants me to humour him in spite of everything he's done. Do his men not soothe his swelling ego enough? Anyway, we sent sacrifices over there to die in the name of creating a portal. We could reach the elemental plane by moving deep underground, across the ley line. But that's deeply inconvenient and not all reliable. He smacks his lips, pausing to ruminate. But imagine our surprise when instead of summoning heat through the sacrifice of your dear friend's souls, we bring your elemental friend instead. Aldris runs a hand along his chin. I suppose it's our fault to an extent. We should have done more research into the nature of the portal. We should have predicted that your amulet might interfere, but that's neither here nor there. He shakes his head. Your friend won't be interfering anymore, he says. Next time you'll find we're much more prepared. What do you mean? I can hear my heart in my ears. What has he done to Cinis? Where is he now? Have you spoken to him? Now it's Aldris's turn to narrow his eyes on me. He smirks, tilting his head slightly. You two were living together, weren't you? In that stone building. Did you build that together? My fists clench and I momentarily stop rubbing my wrists together. What have you done to Cinis? I must admit you two surprised me. I never would have guessed that a monstrous creature and a human woman would find anything to bond over. I suppose desperation pushes us to extreme lengths. Aldris laughs to himself. Arcanis would have loved to learn more about this odd relationship between you and Cinis. Where is he? Don't worry about that, he says swiftly. Cinis is an afterthought to me. He showed his true nature when he butchered Arcanus and all of his students. He's useless, a monster throwing a tantrum. It's a shame things turned out this way, but my ambitions will not go unrealized. His ambitions, right? His desire to dominate and enslave all of the humans on this continent. We have done our best to escape the clutches of the Dark Elves, but still, they've decided to follow us all the way here. How is that fair? When will they leave us alone? Before long, Aldris becomes too enthralled by his own plans. I start tuning him out on purpose, not really paying him much attention. My true focus is on releasing myself from these binds before any serious danger comes my way. I'm sure Aldris has some sinister intentions with me once he's done talking. I won't make things easy for him. He likes to think that humans are easy targets, that we will bend over and submit to the will of the Dark Elves. Not here, not on Praj. We're finally starting to find some semblance of normalcy on this continent. The likes of Arcanus and Aldris want to stop us, but it's not going to happen. And once I find and reunite with Cinis, I'll make sure that neither he nor any other dark elf threatens us again. Are you listening to me, human? Aldris says, stepping my way. I stiffen. Cinis mentioned that your name is Serena. Is that true? It is. Fascinating that you bother naming yourselves at all. He smiles. Rest assured that you're little more than livestock to use, capable of carrying our offspring to term. I think it speaks a great deal to your hubris that you even pretend to erect societies. It would be so much easier just to live among us. We'd give you everything you needed without any of the struggle. Aldris is passionate about this topic, I can tell. So much so that he devotes an unfathomable amount of time talking about how he plans to decimate the human morale of Praj and subject any disobedient human to brutal torture. What an idiot. That'll never happen. I sigh, then close my eyes. Cinis, please don't leave me alone. I can't do this by myself. My wrists ache, but I finally get a good enough angle to feel the knot that binds me together. I suck in a deep breath. Freedom is within reach, but I'm running on borrowed time.
Chapter 19. Cinis. But how? I suppose in some ways I've gotten everything I've ever wanted in spite of how much I lost. From my prison I've been freed, brought home to the peace I left without my consent. Gazing out at the red world all around me, the top of this realm unrecognizable, I'm glad to be in familiar territory. For centuries I cultivated myself here, becoming a skilled hunter. I can smell the familiar scents of sulfur and goblin, can see the faint outlines of crystals on the hot mountain walls. I should be thanking the dark elf who sent me here, Aldris. I reach out my hands and touch the boiling, fiery rock walls, and I feel a satisfying sizzle, steam emanating from the snow that falls from my form. This is good, I reassure myself. While it comforts me to be home, it also distresses me to no end. The last remnants of the plane I visited, Protheka, vanish immediately, and I have almost nothing to remind me of my strange trek. That last bit of fallen snow was the only reminder of my time there. It might as well have been a dream. Gone are the strange brown and green towering structures called trees. Gone is craftsmanship, and the people who can benefit from and appreciate it. Gone are the long stretches of white fields. Gone are the humans who need my help. Gone are the dark elves who terrorize the realm and plunder for its resources. Gone are the failed experiments that boggle me and haunt me still. Gone is Serena. Perhaps I make do with this turn of fortune, I observe. It's what I wanted anyway. No matter how much I accustomed myself to Serena's realm, it was not mine. I could see the way the human prisoners reacted to me, staring at me with fear while I charred and siphoned their slavers. They were thankful for my help, but they were equally terrified, afraid I might turn against them and devour them the same way I did the elves and beasts. I remember how she reacted to our mental link. something that was strange to even me. It created so much distrust between us that she was willing to throw her life away to be free of me. I look at the lava, which falls from the ceiling into the deep magma pits where my kind goes to perish. I used to see beauty in it, but now that I've seen colors and elements beyond my comprehension, it all seems so small and boring to me. And it doesn't compare to Serena. I shake my head sadly, feeling the flames exhale as a mere breath here. She never saw what I saw, and I never quite convinced her. There was beauty in her peculiarity, but also in her strength. Her skin reminded me of the finest diamonds or quartz, minerals located deep in our caverns, beyond agitated and defensive goblin quarries. Her eyes were more elegant than jade or targonsil, far more intricate than lorum, and the way she carried herself was pristine. I ponder whether carving stone in her image would be strange. Perhaps I've had an entirely new idea, the likes of which her kind has never seen. Kills time, I suppose. I have nothing but time. I'm not hungry. My appetite has been thrown into turmoil. For now, I will create. Later, I will hunt. While I morph the fiery black rock, molding it in the air, I quake the foundations of this realm, which were not built for my craft. First, I chisel out a rough figure, remembering the proportions of her figure, the way her hip bump was more pronounced on her left side, and how her back arched just a little bit, no matter how she stood. As I try to fathom the suffering she must be going through, and how she might never forgive me, I emphasize her left brow, which was always raised in confusion and intrigue. I capture her strong jaw as I ponder whether she could have ever forgiven me if I'd just stayed. I was wrong, I remind myself, and now Serena is paying the price. How could I be so naive? By the time I'm done, I've formed a living monument to my loneliness and pain. I hear the familiar fire spout of my approaching kin as they hover through the air toward me, clearing the distance between us. What is that? There are 3 of them gazing strangely at the black stone structure before them. I wish I could have captured her oceanic eyes, or the frilly blonde hair untidily draped over her shoulders. A human, I say, turning to both admire and detest my work. The most beautiful human I ever met. They look quizzically at me. One of them, whom I've known a long time, who once toppled an ogre colony with me, comments on it. It's very strange, he says. What is the point of this? It looks a bit like the creature that was here a while back, another says. Only that creature had pointy ears and was covered in blue rocks. It's an odd thing to say, but I shake my head, disregarding it. This one is not known for his good judgment and often invents fanciful tales. What are you covered in? The third one asks. Where did you get that rock? You look unconventional. I shake my head, deciding they're not worth my time. But even as I leave, I see them studying the stone structure before melting it back down into the cliff. It pains me to see something I poured time into being destroyed before my eyes. Perhaps I can never truly be at peace here, knowing what I know. It was strange anyway, I remark, chuckling painfully to myself. I wonder what Serena would have thought of it. Maybe she would have also thought it was pointless and not worth her time. I cross the bridge, passing the undisturbed remnants of a lava snake, and question everything I did. Did I fight to stay on Prothika? Did I abandon Serena? At the slightest hint that Serena would betray me, I ran far away. The scent of iron has turned putrid. The corpse is now burnt severely by the inhospitable environment. I don't know why I look for signs of the portal. I feel nothing amiss in this room. Whatever gateway had formed to bring me here is long dormant. Not even the faintest hint of magic remains here. Maybe I need to make my peace. I am trapped where I want to be. It's everything I wanted. My magic doesn't cross realms, bringing me to other worlds and planes. It creates structures that my kind has no use for and devours the souls of unwilling creatures. Unless I can find another dark elf somewhere. I laugh at the thought, imagining the flesh sizzling off of their bones. I need to accept that there's no getting back. I nod, leaving the cavern behind me. Perhaps another mortal will come along and help Serena. She and I built up plenty of goodwill toward her fellow humans. I have no way of doing anything. Now it's time to take what I've learned and help my people. It's a strange concept. What do my people need? Traversing the bridge back along the deep chasm, I find remnants of the stone structures left behind. I now recognize the tools placed slightly beside them, but they've conspicuously been moved. Probably just the goblins messing with them. I look back toward the cavern, connecting a piece of knowledge that had never occurred to me. I remember the outpouring of light and the strange feeling that overtook me. I remember the bodies of Serena's friends and how much she mourned them when she lost them to the ritual. The gateway was opened on both sides. It had to be to form a connection. Surely not. I don't know what I'm looking for when I scan the air, smelling the world around me. I look for signs of movement through the area, but I find nothing, short of the dislocated objects I now know to be tools. What are you doing over here? It smells weird. I recognize the one with the fanciful stories from earlier. Oh yeah, he says, looking at the stone shelters. We were going to demolish those. No idea why nobody has yet. Perhaps you could leave them. His confusion is unnoted in his features, but prevalent in his pause. They are ugly and pointless. They will be demolished. I realize that I'm not going to sway him as he begins to level the structures that so long ago captured my fascination. As simply as a thought, he pushes the black rock back into the cliff, creating unsightly mounds. The one I described earlier begged for me to leave this up too, he says. The one with the pointy ears? He says nothing, but I take his silence as approval. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? He hovers away, overlooking the vast abyss below me. You have been acting strangely since you returned, he says. You come back, covered in strange rock, and you make and admire pointless structures. Where did you go? To another realm, I say. I was brought to another world, where many like that one exist, terrorizing creatures like the stone one I created. They are made of stone? I shake my head. Do you know how I can return to that realm? He looks up at me in confusion. Why would you want to return there? I think of Serena's fleeting smile, and how beautiful it was when, even in hardship, I could ignite it. I have my reasons. He gestures for me to come, and I approach, looking out over the vast abyss. There is a reason we fear to descend into the fiery pits, he says. I've heard that in the depths before the elders go to rekindle themselves, you can hear whispers, see lights into another realm, where monsters tread. I nod, wondering how many of his fanciful stories are true. I could chalk this up to nothing but a story, but then I would be abandoning Serena. And I long to rip open the elves, devouring their essences. I've developed a craving. And you think this creature went back that way? He studies out into the depths, deep in thought. I thought it was strange that he did not burn up, he observes, before turning to look at me. Will there be more like that one coming here? I did not care for him. Not if I can help it.
If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine.
Chapter 20. Serena. Stay focused. I don't know what's more exhilarating, tricking Aldris into believing I am nothing more than an unfortunate victim, or slowly but surely freeing myself under his slimy nose. He drones on about his so-called perfect plans, sprinkling in his dashes of xenophobia against humans. As he talks, my fingertips prod at the expertly tied knot behind my back. It doesn't take eyes to know it's a tough one, but being able to see it would certainly help in determining where to start. Then again, I'm not exactly at liberty to look, and if I begin craning my neck, it'd only serve to anger the piece of trash pacing back and forth in front of me. Slow and steady, I repeat in my mind. By the gods, Aldris chuckles, beaming right at me. Do you know what it's like to be within an arm's reach of your goal? Yes, I do, I think, eyeing his damned neck as I imagine snapping it with my freed hands. No, I answer, feigning a deep sadness as I drop my gaze. I only want freedom for my people. And as long as you lot exist, that's never going to happen, is it? My face contorts as I squeeze a tear out of my eyes, putting on an act to distract him. Ket trained me in the act of fake crying. But now Ket is gone, his soul probably too corrupted to even join an afterlife. The sight of my tears brings great delight to Aldris. He reaches out and wipes it from my eyes, marvelling at the liquid on his thumb. Human blood, sweat, and tears are what we will build the Praj colonization on. I watch his lips curl into a smile. How I can't wait to carve it off his face. He spins around and continues babbling on about his plans, trying to brainwash me into aligning with his goals. But I don't care about his misguided religious beliefs, or his ambitions, or his views on power structures. I manage to unravel one of many knots on my binding, one step closer to my liberation. Immediately, I fumble around for the next knot, but the snapping of Aldris's thumbs catches my attention. A red-hot sense of panic comes over me when I meet his glare. I must have been caught. Well, don't you agree? He spits impatiently. Do you see how much better it would be for you to stand united with our kind rather than fighting us? Your children could know magic, and not the magic of those foul, unnatural witches. Real magic, real power. I don't know what to say, stuttering over the beginnings of a mumble. He shakes his head, sighing in disappointment. Forget it. I don't know why I'm wasting my precious time on you. You're never going to see what's right in front of you. You're too prideful and stupid. He marches for the exit but stops just a footstep shy, a hand resting on the wooden doors. Though perhaps I will return once I conquer Praj. Maybe then you and I can get to know each other more. Thoroughly. My stomach turns at the way he undresses me with his eyes. He flashes a hideous smile once more and makes a swift exit, leaving me alone in this rotting shack. Where is he off to? At least now that he's gone, I can put more energy into... crap. The wooden doors swing open again, and 3 elven guards stroll in, each of them donning the same armour as the soldiers who took me. They're big bastards with even bigger weapons. I swallow hard when they look my way, eyeing me up and down. The one I guess to be in charge turns to his fellow troops. She's the one the boss wants us to watch? I expected a bigger threat. Me too, whatever, it'll make for an easy day's pay. Pull up those chairs, and where are those drinks you brought? They scape their chairs across the floor, the grating sound of it piercing my cranium. Huddling around a small table, they clink their bottles of ale together. I need to think of something. I can't let 3 guards stop me if I'm aiming to take all the dark elf bastards down. At least they're occupied with their card games and chats, so there's no reason for me to panic. But I don't like how every few moments, every one of them takes turns glancing my way. Despite the chill that just crept in from outside, trickles of sweat inch down my face. How do you think she tastes? Says one of the hulking brutes. I might go find out, chuckles another, blowing a kiss and a wink my way. It's better than this swill you've brought. It's all they have out here, Bah, forget it. Go on then, it's your turn. Think, damn it. I continue poking and uncoiling the thick binding. By this point, my wrists are begging me to stop the friction burn, but I can't afford to keep wasting time. The longer I remain in this damned shack, the closer Aldris is getting to reaching his victory over Praj. Without Cinis here to help, I have to take this into my own hands, quite literally. I need a plan once I'm free of these restraints, something smart, something resourceful. I can't exactly take these three on. I grimace at their armour, but that's when I notice the glimmer on the back of the torso piece. I peer closer, spotting a section that juts out as they shift in their seats. Is it loose? A malfunction in his armour? Clearly not. A glance at another soldier's armour reveals the very same piece sticking out when he twists. Their grey skin is exposed when they move their shoulders. I think of Cinis and his attempts to kill the men who took me. I may be hoping too much, but I wonder if that small opening could compromise them somehow. I finally untie the last knot in my binding. The rope hangs loosely off my wrists, but I need to keep them hidden until I can think of something. I'm bored of this, grunts a soldier. Me too. So what now? At all once, the three guards all rear their heads toward me. Looks like I won't have time to formulate an idea after all. They each rise from their chair, slowly approaching me. I clench my fists, my heart pumping faster with every step they take. The leader stops and runs the back of his hand down my cheek. Aldris won't be back for a while. We ought to have some fun with this one. No better way to kill the time, says another. Me first, though. You both wait your turn. The others shrug and step away, as the first grunts in delight, eyeing me up as if I'm no more than a piece of meat. He begins to loosen the armour around his pelvis, and that's when I notice the dagger, my dagger that they took from me when they brought me in, hanging off his waist belt. I know now what I must do. He removes the pelvic armour. As soon as he is exposed, I lunge forward, hitting him where it hurts the most. He keels over, his eyes wide with agony before I duck and roll between his legs, grabbing his dagger. He falls to the ground as I scramble to my feet behind him. I run for the door, turning briefly to throw a chair at the two others hot on my tail. It grants me the brief seconds I need to escape. I spot a few stray long planks of wood right outside the shack, immediately obstructing the exit with them. The doors budge in an effort to open, with the guards behind them trying to kick them down. It won't hold long at all, so I'm out of there in a few seconds, running so fast that I don't quite register my surroundings. I stop moments later, finding myself entrenched as I look around in horror. I hear other soldiers coming, and I roll behind a barrel. Damn! I hiss. Getting out of that damned shack turns out to be the easy part. I peer my head over my hiding spot, spotting tents, carts of weapons, and more shacks in all directions. Sinking to the cold, icy ground, I bury my head in my hands, wondering how I'm going to get out of this treacherous elven compound. Cinis, where are you when I need you? I groan. Images of my parents, my brother, Nielsen, Aldor, and just about everyone I've lost to these sick conquerors flash in my mind. I wonder how they'd react if they saw me like this. I can't give up, not now, not even if the greatest challenge yet lies hidden ahead. Drawing a deep breath, I look around, spotting one of many swords sheathed in a nearby cart. They must be weapons for assaulting the human settlements. But I'm too hasty. I knock almost the entire batch of them down to the ground, a clanging ringing out in all directions. My heart falls with the weapons when I see a group of soldiers looking right at me, their eyes those of hungry predators. I run, expecting more of them to burst out of each tent as I pass by. None seem to, but it won't take an army of them to stop me. All it'll take is one, so I don't stop. I know this is a fight I cannot win. A tent opens up ahead, a dreary dark elf crawling out on all fours as he emits a yawn. What in Prathika is going on? I step on his head, using his neck as a jumping platform to clear some distance. Glancing over my shoulder, he rears his head up, revealing a snow-covered expression of fury. The others are gaining ground. They're faster than me. If I run straight, they'll capture me in no time. I need to throw them off my path. A tall gate encloses the encampment. I turn to the side closest to me, running as fast as my feet will carry me. I think I see an exit point up ahead. I sprint for my life, not wanting to think about what they'd do if they got their measly hands on me. But the hole in the gate shuts with an echoing finality. "No!" I shout, pounding my fist against it. I want to cry as I hear the group slowing to a jog behind me. "That was fun, but it's over for you now." With one hand on the hilt of my sword, I spin around, staring them down. They laugh at me, but I remain undeterred. I grab a lit sconce beside me and unsheath the sword. "Very well," says the leader. "You've chosen a humiliating death for yourself. Quite admirable, really." "Come on already!" I yell. The truth is that I'm terrified, but I won't let fear take me down without a fight.
Chapter 21. Cinis. The portal's bright pathways are blindingly shimmering as I travel through them, thinking of the events that have led me down this path. I've lived a countless age of existence before I ran into Serena. Life was nothing more than survival, fleeting moments with nothing for me to grasp onto. Now I find myself back on the path toward her. The truth is that she's changed everything for me. One can't taste life with her and reject it to go back to nothingness. Without her, there is no future for me. I must have her. I've already forgotten what it's like to exist without her company. I crave a lifetime with her, but I must focus and get her back if that is to happen. I'm coming for you, Serena. I step through the shimmering threshold, finding myself deep underground. The sounds of monsters cry out in dark tunnels, taunting me. But they are no match for my power, and they're certainly not wearing power-nullifying armor. I pry myself free from the earth's depths, crossing tunnels and subterranean bridges, passing strange fungi and creatures that float along the cavern ceiling. When at last I find myself on the surface, I realize immediately that I'm not alone. Hissing voices of a grating, nasally tone ring out from somewhere in the distance. Dark elves. The camp is no more than a few tents, but I wonder why they've settled here of all places. A look around reveals nothing of interest to the immediate eye. Just mountains and jagged cliffs as far as my eyes can see. It's possible, though, that they're hidden on purpose. From what I've heard thus far, these elves are expert conquerors. I'm sure they're intelligent to have terrorized so many lands. Perhaps listening to them will reveal something. I spot a group of them huddled around a shoddy fire. Chucked to the ground behind them is the corpse of an animal. How undignified. "I'm freezing my ass off," one of the dark elves says. "What can a guy do to get a little warmth around here?" "If you're that cold, just use your magic," another replies. "You know that's not a long-term solution." One of the dark elves massages his forehead. "Just think of the bigger picture, Grail. Soon we'll be living in luxury in heated cabins, with those humans attending to our every need." He smiles wickedly. And I do mean every need. Unsatisfied with the answer, the first dark elf holds up his arm, and a small flame forms just above his palm. "Just seems like we're stalling for time," Grail says. "I say we take the human camps now. We've got more than enough power at our disposal." "You know Aldris has a plan," another replies. "Ultimately, before we act, we wait for Aldris. That's how it's always been, and that's how it will continue to be." "But it's right there," the first snaps back. "How much surveillance do we really need to do? They're not going to—" A similar magical energy to the one that muffled Serena appears over Grail's mouth, but rather than fight it, he just scowls back. "Now how many others have a problem with Aldris's directive?" the dark elf asks. "Anybody else want to challenge me?" "No, Commander List," the three dark elves reply. Dejectedly, Grail walks to the middle of the group and brings the fire on his palm down into an assembled pile of wood. It flickers lightly, partly stifled by the snow. I can light a fire for you if you want, I think, before remembering that their armor shields them from my attacks. It would be so perfect to incinerate them where they stand. But for now, I have to play nice. I just wish they'd say something more direct, something I can actually use. I bring my head closer, attempting to hear every detail of their conversation. If only I could get them talking about something helpful. She struggled so much. Would have been so much easier if the boss just let us use a portal like we planned. I blink wildly, suddenly confused. Wait, what? I think. Who's talking? Sorry, one of Dark Elves says, looking at Commander List. Did you say something? What are you on about, Lyral? List asks. You need to get your ears checked. Lyral just shakes his head in frustration. I signed up for Aldris, not for this asshole. He can't even lead. My jaw drops. Am I hearing their thoughts somehow? This isn't something I can normally do with strangers. I focus my attention on another of the Dark Elves, who seems to be massaging his foot. My damned feet hurt. Why'd they have to put the headquarters all the way at the base of a mountain, inaccessible without a massive climb? I return to focusing on Lyral, hoping that by prying into their minds individually, I might be able to glean enough. Still, she was fine, Lyral thinks. I'd love to have my way with her if the boss lets me. Love a girl with some fight in her. I cannot help but find it ironic that I'm the one considered a monster in this world. The elements rage inside of me, begging to be let loose upon these wastes of air. Not yet, that time will come, I think. They've moved on to another topic of discussion. The more I focus on their thoughts, the more disgusted I become with these creatures. They certainly don't deserve my mercy. Not that I have any way of dispatching them myself. She should be my reward for staying in this damned camp. What'd I do to her if she was here right now? Come on, give me something. I'm half tempted to head down there and interrogate them. Then something in their mental energy seems to dissipate, a dampening of their spirits perhaps. But she is so far away from here, probably in a cell far warmer than this freaking icicle wasteland. Why is there no direct path to the compound from here? Why do I have to hike all the way up the biggest mountain just to reach her? And I swear if Fern complains about his damn feet one more time, I'll muzzle him too. I look up around me, trying to survey the mountains. To get to her, I need to climb the tallest mountain. Then I need to find a place, probably walled off by a valley or an ocean, where I can't reach without climbing. Damned Aldris is probably taking her right now while we eat this swill. Crap! If that dark elf has even so much as touched her, I'll... Tension riddles my form. I should save it for the confrontation with Aldris and any other foul beings that dare to stand in my way. But a glance at the dark elves challenges that notion. It won't hurt to fuel myself for the journey ahead. I decide on my first target, the one who'd been thinking the worst thoughts about my woman. It's time for some mind games. I project my mind into his. The girl is mine, not yours. The elf's eyes widen in surprise and he stands to his feet. Which one of you said that? Huh? I'm not kidding around. What's gotten into you? I look to the elf slowly approaching his comrade with raised hands, telling him I'm coming for him. He spins around, darting wild eyes at the others. Calm down, the others shout when he pulls out his sword. Don't you hear something? He blurts. Or are you all in some type of twisted joke? I can barely wait anymore, so I slowly descend a side of the slope they cannot see, and creep around behind them. As I inch closer, I can feel the fire elements within me pulsing with exhilaration. I throw them all one last play. You deserve that foot, ingrate, I think. That's what you get for slacking off. Aldrich doesn't want you. He wants me. That's why I'm commander and you're carrying the bags. Each of them spins around in fear, brandishing their swords. I let them catch a glimpse of me for a split second before I distinguish the campfire, shrouding the hilltop in pitch-black darkness. Their screams and shouts ring out through the misty air, some of them swinging wildly and hitting each other. One shouts to stop, but of course none heeds the command. Who listens when they're cloaked in the fear of the unknown? Still, I have to do something. I can't simply leave these men alive. I can't target them directly with my flames. But suppose I help the little fire they're nurturing. Would that do anything? I bring my energy toward the open flame, guiding it with my power. Grow, little one, I think. Ravage. Claim the land. It's yours to do with as you wish. Before my eyes, even against the dampness of the snow, the fire extends, claiming the log benches on which the men were sitting. It becomes a fiery beacon in the midst of their darkness. But he's supposed to be in the fire plane. One of them catches a glimpse of me as the fire engulfs him. My own flames might not be able to affect them, but clearly their armor only deflects my direct attacks. One of the men escapes the flames while the rest are consumed. My stomach gurgles. I need to eat something, and the armor around them is now charred and darkened, its magic dormant. I pry it off of their burnt husks. Then I claim my prize, opening them up to find the tainted lights within their beings. It's been so long since I've had a good meal. Energized and with knowledge of where to go, I begin to hover over the mountainside, lifting myself up through the air. They tried to hide their base. Clearly, they didn't have me in mind.
Chapter 22. Serena. Slowly, the dark elves inch closer, each step a countdown to the impending doom that awaits me at the edge of their swords. That's if they don't have anything worse planned for me. In front of me is a large fire pit, its flames routinely stoked. As I stare into its brightness, I can only see Cinis. Is it true what they said? Is he really gone? The men who I locked in the shack join the ranks. No doubt, they'll want to enact vengeance for the humiliation they suffered at my hands. I raise my sword. What's wrong? Afraid a girl might get the upper hand if you attack? I don't know what I'm doing. I know they're not in fear, and I'm positive they know I'm terrified. Maybe a part of me is emboldened with the knowledge of my inevitable death. The one leading the group throws up his hand, prompting them to stop their advance. She's courageous. You there, he says, pointing to one of his subordinates. Give her a fight and make it entertaining. I wasn't woken up for nothing. The dark elf that approaches is smaller than the others. I may have a chance, but even in the slim chance of besting him, that still leaves the rest of them to deal with. When the elf brandishes his sword, all distractions leave my mind. He charges. I roll forward just as he brings his sword hurtling down, unsheathing the dagger I procured from earlier. I drive it into his foot, pinning him in place before cutting him down. My victory means nothing, of course, for two large elves grab me by the shoulders and force me down on my knees. Cowards, I hiss. Fight me one-on-one and I'll best each and every one of you. We all know that's a lie. The elf you killed wasn't even a trooper, says the leader. He presses the flat side of his weapon against my throat. You've given us enough trouble already. He raises his sword slowly. I shut my eyes and accept that this is the end. At least no one can say I didn't try. Then the fire in the pit swirls and expands, erupting from the pit. For a moment, fire overtakes everything, incinerating the soldiers even in their armor. What's going on? The men holding me, garbed in metal rather than blue armor, rush forward but are suddenly levitating. I blink, and their forms are reduced to a bag of skin and bones, their life force seemingly drained from them. I can't believe it. Could he have come? An elf grabs me from behind and pulls me to my feet, pressing a cold steel dagger to my neck. Who's there? Show yourself, or the whore gets it. You've already sealed your death, speaks the familiar voice. I can't help but smile, knowing I'm safe. The elf loosens his grip, suddenly choking. I spin around to see Cinis holding the grey-skinned bastard in his hands, draining the life out of him. He flings the remains to the ground and turns to me, our eyes locking onto one another with renewed hope. I want to throw myself into his arms, relishing the strength of his grip enveloping me. But I know that if I get close, I'm going to burn up. I stutter as I try to find the right words, but nothing comes. I missed you, I mutter somehow, my throat swelling with joy. Serena, I shouldn't have let them take you in the first place. I imagine kissing him. I want so badly to embrace him. He feels like home. There's something I must tell you, he states. It can't afford to wait any longer. What is it, Cinis? I'll remember his words forever. I love you, Serena. I've always loved you since the first time I saw you. I have lived countless years, but all that time before you no longer exists for me. Because of you, I now know the meaning of a life with purpose, and my life is one with you. Cinis, I whisper, shedding a tear. You don't know how long I've wanted to tell you the same thing. He smiles, and it's more beautiful than anything I've ever seen. I love you so much, I tell him. You were worth those centuries of waiting, he replies. I want him to pull me in by the waist and hold me tight, bending me down and kissing me over the raging flames. Unfortunately, an open battlefield isn't the best place for a reunion. Get them! We turn to see the surviving soldiers rallying against us. Most are bloodied, and those who aren't advance hesitantly. I grab my fallen sword, but by the time I wield it, Cinis is sucking the life out of the final trooper. It's a relief that their supply of armour is limited. That takes care of this problem, he states, flinging the body to the ground. Serena, I fear we may have to hold off on our proclamations for now. That's okay, I tell him. I know there'll be time for it very soon now that you're here with me. He's right. As much as I'd love to focus on us, there's a bigger task at hand. We need each other now more than ever. I look across the rest of the humongous compound. The other side doesn't appear to have been alerted to my escape or Cinis' appearance. Cinis, I think there's more of them on the other side. There's something you should know first, he says. There's dark elf camps hidden around the hills surrounding the human settlements. They're surveilling them before Aldris gives the order for assaulting them. Bastards! I hiss. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot the impaled soldiers and remember their armour. Cinis, do you see those soldiers wearing the blue armour? Yeah, I found a way around that, he says. They might be immune to my magic, but if they leave a flame around of its own accord, I can help it along. He sighs, exhaling smoke. But without an open flame, and not one I conjure, I'm afraid I'm helpless against them, he says. I can't lift them into the air. I can't shoot fire directly at them. They're immune to my magic. Cinis, I say, just glad to be useful. I found a weakness in their armour. You did? His voice perks. Yes, all you need is some exposed skin to drain these guys, right? He nods. I take him and lead us to the nearest corpse donning the armour, showing him the section that exposes their bodies. It's almost hard to see through the burnt wreckage, but I'm able to get the point across. See that? I can pry it off of them while you keep them distracted. Do you think that would be enough? Only one way to find out, he says. What else did you find out? Aldris has my amulet, I reply. There's a great deal of power in it, and I think it's capable of controlling you somehow. It's also why I was immune to YR flames, and why I can't get close to you now. He nods solemnly. We'll figure that out when we come to it. Right now we have a compound to wipe out. Then we can make our way to his quarters. I think I see a smile form across his face, but it's full of melancholy. You did well on your own. No, I chuckle, shaking my head. I almost got myself killed. One against an army is never going to be a fair fight, but without you, how else would I have found out their weaknesses? I need you as much as you need me. I can't do this without you, Serena. You really think so? Serena, he laughs. I know it. He hovers forward, looking out toward the wreckage of the camp. Now come on, Let's wipe out these monsters. We stick to the shadows, moving under the cloak of night as we make our way to the other side of the compound. I tiptoe past tents and shacks while Cinis floats around silently. Together, we work on a plan to take every one of these monsters out. Cinis uses his abilities to help me set up a trap, all part of the plan we've devised. He positions boulders to fall down on a concentrated area at the pull of a rope, one that I'll be manning. "Are you ready?" I ask him. He nods. He sounds the alarm, signalling all of the remaining dark elves to a campfire lit in the central common area. In small groups, they emerge from their tents, trudging over in their groggy, exhausted states. "What's going on?" one asks. "Who sounded the alarm?" I watch with a devious smile from a platform out of view, my sweaty hands itching to pull the rope. The dark elves gather in unison, huddling around the lit fire as they murmur back and forth, demanding an explanation for the sudden awakening. Cinis gives me the signal and I pull. A barrage of heavy stone rains down on them, crushing the elves beneath their weight. Screams cut out almost as soon as they leave their owners' mouths. Cinis and I make quick work of the survivors, eliminating any potential backup for our inevitable confrontation with Aldris. I find myself shaking with anticipation. Cinis faces me with a look of concern in his eyes. "Why are you shaking? Is something wrong?" "No, quite the opposite," I tell him. "Everything is going right. I've never been this close to achieving victory over the elves, all the people I've lost to Aldris's order." Cinis shushes me. "They would be proud if they saw you right now. Use that force to help me take him down once and for all. It's time we end this." I try to prepare myself as we journey to his chambers, but I don't quite know how to. I never thought this day would come. All I know is that everyone I've lost is about to be avenged.
Chapter 23. Cinis. No harm will come to you. The words that I spoke to Serena when I rescued her from the experimental beast so long ago ripple through my head as we approach Aldris Eruka's towers. I look at her, and I am, as always, taken aback by her fragility. Her skin, pale and bright as the snow, is soft and supple. Her body, strong by human standards, is soft and breakable by the standards of the magical beings who we are about to go up against. For a moment I'm tempted to tell her to leave, to go back to the dwelling, to hide, even though I know she would never agree. She looks at me then, noticing me staring. Something twists painfully in my chest at the beauty of her. She raises an eyebrow. Maybe she interprets the worry on my face, and her lips clamp together in a thin, straight line. "We are in this together." The statement is simple. Her voice isn't loud, but her voice is steady and strong. She isn't leaving, and nothing I can do or say will make her turn around. This is her fight after all. Aldris's chambers are at the top of a long, winding staircase. To my surprise, there are no guards at the bottom of the staircase. I make sure that Serena remains behind me as we make our way stealthily up the staircase. There is a sudden crack and boom of thunder as we pass a large, arched window, and I do not miss the little breathy gasp that escapes Serena as a vicious snap of lightning lights up the dark staircase. She remains behind me as we come to the landing, at the very top of the tower. I turn to look at her one last time before we enter the ornate wooden door that stands slightly ajar. I use our mental link to communicate. We do not need to alert Aldris to our presence unnecessarily, and take her hand in mine at the same time. "Stay behind me. You know what to do. We need to get your amulet off him. But stay behind me, whatever you do." My mental voice is strong and stern, and I can only hope that she will listen to me. Light, not unlike the lightning that just illuminated the staircase, flashes across her kaleidoscope eyes. Hard, stubborn light. Her jaw tightens, and I know she is clenching her teeth. When will she learn to see her fragility? I ask this of myself as Serena nods once, slowly. But I know as I turn back to the doorway that stubborn human that she is, She will never know how truly breakable she could be. But this is why you're here. To make sure that nothing happens to her. I give up on stealth then. I'm quite sure that Aldris must know that we're right outside his door by now. Surely he must have magical wards or enchantments that would have alerted him to our arrival, no matter that he doesn't have guards. I summon fire to my hands and barrel through the door with Serena just a few steps behind me. Aldris leaps back, away from the table where he was writing, and throws magic at us almost immediately. I burn the magic away with my fire. The crackle of the flames is deafening, the sound muted only by the roaring rain and thunder outside. Serena reaches into my mind then, tentatively as Aldris and I circle one another. The feel of her in my head is comforting and warm. Don't get hurt. I love you. Aldris does not slow down, despite the fact that I have burned away his desk and chair. He stands facing me, and with a flick of his wrist, he pulls dozens of ornamental knives and daggers that hang on the walls of the room. They float menacingly in the air, their blades pointed at me and Serena. Aldris grins, his smile sharp and jagged. Today you will learn, Fire Demon, that the heroics will never get you anywhere. Fighting for humans, trying to save them from us, will always destroy you. You should be ashamed of your actions. You could have been all-powerful. You could have helped us rule this world. I tilt my head to the side and then allow my mouth to stretch into a wide smile that matches Aldris's. A sudden look of trepidation crosses the dark elf's face. He must not expect this. He must have expected his words to scare me. But now, he is looking at a being made of rock and fire, a being that towers over him, with a mouth full of fire. The look of unease vanishes quickly, though, and I exhale a cloud of fire as dozens of knives and daggers fly at me. I dodge some of them and melt others into nothingness. I hear Serena back away from the onslaught, and when I glance to the side, she is cowering in a corner. A sharp, thin blade does pierce the rock carapace that serves as my physical body. I pull it out and throw it aside, not missing Serena's gasp of shock. It bounces tinnily on the floor, and Aldris laughs loudly, wickedly. A flash of lightning illuminates the room then, and throws his face into harsh relief, his head thrown back as he laughs and laughs. I leap at him as I see, from the corner of my eye, that Serena stands close to him, next to a tall, dark bookshelf. She does not seem to notice me, but keeps her eyes fixed on Aldris's neck, on the amulet. Suddenly I know what her plan is, and I know exactly what my place is in her plan. Aldris pulls a magical shield out of the air, but I exhale flame and rock, and my assault rips through it. He stumbles backward, but does not give up, and does not submit. Instead, he uses more elemental magic and summons a pool of water, intending to drown me in it. I focus my magic on the walls of the room and pull, and they come collapsing inwards. The water, instead of drowning me, spills through the cracks and rubble of the newly destroyed room. Aldris screams and shrieks as the floor beneath him shakes and crumbles. I throw fire and rock at him, not with the aim of harming him, but of distracting him. Serena, who is steady, despite the destruction of the tower around her, runs up behind Aldris and rips the amulet off his neck. He must feel it. That sudden nakedness of his neck. That sudden vulnerability. He must know what is about to happen next. I smile widely at him again, my mouth full of fire. I can touch her, and I can destroy him. And my smile becomes wider and wider as he screams and tries to scramble away from me. But I grab him by the lapels of his jacket and place my mouth over his. His soul does not come easily, though it isn't as stubborn or as strong as some of the souls I've devoured in my time. He doesn't, I think reflectively, have the soul of a true monster. Aldris's kind of evil is commonplace and mundane. Somehow Aldris manages to speak, even as he is dying. He splutters the words out as I devour his soul. "More will come," he croaks the words out. "More dark elves will come. This is not the end." His body goes limp in my hands as I savor the taste of his soul. It tastes like salt and burnt starlight. When I'm done with Serena looking on with a grim smile on her face, the amulet hanging proudly around her neck, I let the dark elf's body fall to the ground. His head meets the ground with a thud. In death, his eyes become cloudy, and his skin goes dark. His mouth is slack and open, and he suddenly looks much smaller and more fragile than he ever did while living. "Is it over?" Serena asks wonderingly, as we stand in the ruins of the tower. Aldris's body seems to shrink with every passing second. A loud creaking alerts me to the fact that this building is no longer stable, and I do not answer Serena's question. Instead, I grab her by the waist and lift her into the air. The rain has stopped when I step out onto the air, as easily as if I am walking on flat ground. The lightning has faded, and the thunder has subsided. Serena buries her face in the crook of my neck, and I cannot help but wonder how she finds it comfortable. She certainly did not find the rock bed that I first made for her comfortable. Now, though, she strokes my chest as we travel through the air, towards the little hovel that is surely destroyed now. I want to tell Serena that it is over now, that she is safe, that she does not have to worry any longer. But Aldris's words ring in my head. More will come, more will come, more will come. The words ring in my head over and over again, and I find myself clutching Serena even closer to me. I see the edge of the forest then, where the little hovel is situated. I direct my body towards it, and decide to think about Aldris's last words later. For now, Serena is safe.
Chapter 24. Serena. With the dark elves defeated and Cinis having devoured Aldris's soul, we make it back to the destroyed remains of the hovel. My heart races still. The air between us holds his confession of love. I feel my mother's amulet dangling around my neck, happy that it's returned to me. Happy that I can once again touch Cinis. I turn to him from among the wreckage and step into his space. My heart beats faster as I slide my hand up the solid firmness of his chest. He looks into my eyes with a hunger that makes the pit of my stomach flutter with anticipation. Despite the damage that surrounds us, the tension between us is wound tightly, the pull of our bodies too much to resist. Cinis wraps his hand firmly behind my head and leans down to kiss me. Our mouths move together, feeling the overwhelming stress of the past few days melt away. Not so fast. We know you want the details, but this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. Find it, and some other delightful bonus materials, at worldsofprotheka.com. Using code YouTube30 will get you a great deal on all the goods. On with the show. Are you okay? I whisper, my voice barely audible amidst the night's stillness. For a moment he says nothing, but then there's a slight nod, and he mutters a low response that makes me chuckle. Better than okay, he says, his voice husky with spent desire. His hand reaches up to brush a few stray strands of hair from my face, his fiery tendrils lingering on my cheek for a moment before tracing down to my lips. A soft smile tugs at my lips at the intimate gesture. His other hand snakes its way around my waist, pulling me even closer until our bodies are pressed tightly against each other. I can feel his heart beating against my chest, a rhythmic thump that sends a comforting warmth through me. Suddenly there's something in his eyes, an unfamiliar intensity that makes my heartbeat quicken. He palms my face, thumb brushing over my bottom lip as he lets out an exhale that's almost a sigh. I've never felt like this before, he admits quietly. His admission holds the room in silence as it sinks in. It rings with honesty and something else. Vulnerability. Me neither, I echo, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. The world outside our little cocoon seems so far away now. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear before tracing the shell of it with his touch, causing a shiver to roll down my spine. His eyes are full of something akin to awe as they move over my face. Now what? I ask, breaking the silence but not the spell we seem to be under. His laugh is quiet and muffled against the curve of my shoulder as he pulls me closer. Now, he says, voice heavy with sleep and something warmer. We rest. As sleep threatens to pull me under, I feel Cinis's arm tighten around me protectively, as if trying to keep the world at bay just a little longer. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 25. Cinis. This is perfect. For the first time, I think I am experiencing true warmth. Serena and I lay in the aftermath of our lovemaking, surrounded by the remains of the destroyed hovel. I think she is asleep, until she stirs in my arms and groans sleepily. "This isn't very comfortable," she says, though there is a smile in her voice. Serena sits up and looks around, and I do not miss the way she shivers slightly. Praj is still frigid, and the cold seems to seep into Serena's skin, despite the warmth that comes from me. I place my hand lightly on the middle of her back and stroke the soft, supple skin there with my thumb. It is dark, with only the moonlight and the low burn of my fire to light up what is left of the hovel. Serena's skin, pale and smooth, seems to glow almost translucently in the darkness. "We should rebuild." I drag my attention away from Serena's shape and focus on her words instead. "Are you sure?" I ask her quietly before I sit up. "Do you want to stay here? Maybe we can find something else. Somewhere else. Somewhere more sheltered. Somewhere safer." I'm not thinking of my own safety in this case. But in the case that Serena is ever alone, I do not want to leave her vulnerable. Serena tilts her head to the side and bites her lip, frowning slightly. After a moment, she shakes her head decisively and speaks with a firm tone to her voice. "No, we'll rebuild here. This is our place. The little forest critters do not even come here anymore because they know that this is our place. We can rebuild a new place, a house, one that is even better than before." "Well," I lean forward and place a loving kiss on her shoulder. "I am sure you know what you want, so I'll follow your lead." A bright, dazzling smile stretches across her face, and she pushes me onto my back. She straddles me and leans down to kiss me. "But first," she whispers as I feel myself harden beneath her, "we need to eat." Then, with a quickness that surprises me, Serena jumps up and pulls her clothes on. I'll have to go hunting. I need to get animal skins for her so that she can make new clothes. Or maybe we should trade with one of the human settlements. My thoughts are reflective as Serena and I walk into the forest. I walk in ahead of her, and she falls back as I break into a sprint, darting here and there until I capture an animal, one that Serena calls a dripier. It is quite large, so it should keep us supplied with meat for a few days, and it dies quickly enough. Serena has gathered wood for a fire, and we walk back to the destroyed hovel where she dumps the firewood in a pit. I summon a ball of fire and light the wood quickly, while Serena skins the cleans the draper. She carves up some of the meat with a knife that she produces from thin air, and soon the smell of roasting meat fills the air. What did you think Aldris meant? When Serena speaks, her voice is soft and timid. In fact, I have never heard her sound like this before. I've never heard her sound anything but brave, I think to myself as she turns the meat. It was an empty threat. I shrug and try to keep my voice light. I do not need to worry her. You might be right. Aldris did not have time to alert his cronies before he died. He thought he would win the fight. And if it wasn't an empty threat, then I'll deal with it when the time comes. You know dark elves, I tell her, and help her take some of the meat off the fire so that she doesn't burn her hands. They're full of bluster and talk. Aldris couldn't keep his mouth shut, and in the end, we won. You won. Her face lightens, and some of the tension clears from it. We eat quickly as the sun starts coming up. When the first light leaps over the horizon, Serena and I are ready to start building. She explains exactly what she wants, and after I visualize it for a few moments, I am ready. I pull the elements around me towards me, and with a loud, creaking groan, I pull rock and wood directly from the ground. Serena is quite particular about what she wants. Soon, 4 large, tall walls are standing in the clearing. I use some of the remains from the hovel to fortify the walls and strengthen the foundation of the house. We walk inside, and Serena inspects the place with a wide smile on her face. Once we're finished, we can go over to one of the camps and trade for some furniture. It's quite large, so we'll need to make it very comfortable, otherwise it will be cold. The concept of furniture is still baffling to me, although I know that humans and dark elves use them daily. You'll get used to it in the end. Serena continues to instruct me, and I add more walls on the inside, with archways in some of the walls so that we can walk between rooms. I add a stone staircase which we walk up, and then I add another layer of rock and wood to create a floor for the second story. By the time I finish, the sun is hanging high and fat in the sky, although the sky itself is hazy and gray with cold. I finish off with a triangular roof and a chimney, which connects to a fireplace in the main room on the ground floor. If you tell me what kind of furniture you need. I roll the word furniture around in my mouth, the word still foreign to me. Maybe I can try and craft it for you. Serena pauses, tilting her head to the side again, her lips pursed. I suppose we could do it if we have enough wood, she says, her kaleidoscope eyes bright. I let out a loud guffaw at the joke. I turn and gesture towards the huge forest that we're right on the edge of. I don't think we'll have a problem there, I tell her, and Serena snickers wickedly. Soon my magic burns in me warm and smooth as I drag piles of wood from the forest, strip them of their bark, and carve them up. The sun has set when Serena starts a fire again. She places some of the leftover raw dripper meat on the flames. She is cooking the meat in a new fire pit, inside the tall wooden gate that surrounds the house. Some of the ground inside the gate has been sectioned off for a garden that Serena insists that we need, and the other side of the ground serves as the fire pit. This is the most luxurious house in all of Prague, Serena says, her voice cheerful and filled with laughter. Not even the dark elves could boast that they live in such a house. The air also feels warmer tonight, though I am never really aware of the temperature. But I can tell by Serena's happiness that Prague isn't as cold as it usually is. Songbirds in the forest burst into song as the sun sets further. It's close to midnight when we're completely finished with the inside of the house. Inside the house, on the ground floor, there is a small kitchen and an area to eat. There is what Serena calls a living room, right off the kitchen. Several chairs, for which Serena will make cushions, stand facing the fireplace. There's a bathroom on the ground floor, underneath the staircase, and upstairs there is another bathroom and 3 rooms. 2 of the rooms aren't furnished yet, but the room we will be using faces the east. This way, we will be woken every morning as soon as the sun rises, Serena says happily, as she slips an arm around my waist. She leans her head against my arm as we stare out of the window into the darkness. Can you believe this? Just last night we had nothing. Now we have all of this, she exclaims. We have everything we could ever want. I cannot help but look down at her indulgently. Yes, my voice is a soft growl. Yes, we do. I want to fill the second room with books. Books on Prague are rare, but I'm sure that if we scavenge hard enough at the human settlements, we'll be able to find some. We'll find copies at any rate. I resolve at that moment to travel all over Prothika if I need to find whatever books Serena wants. I'm sure that the entire room will be filled with books before the month is over. I tell her without revealing my new plan to her. I doubt that, she says laughingly, completely unaware of my intentions. But we'll need to build a few shelves before we even start collecting. Anything you need? I lean down and kiss her full on the lips. Anything for you, Serena.
Chapter 26. Serena. Breathing a sigh of relief, I take a few steps back, linking with the love of my life as we gaze upon our newly refurbished home. I wipe a forearm across my damp forehead, smiling delightfully that our vision has come true. A job well done, I remark. What do you think, Cinis? Are you happy with it? My love tilts his head, his eyes running studiously over the interior of the hovel. He smiles. The concept of a dwelling, a space to call your own to reside in permanently, is so strange to me. He turns to face me, pulling my body by the waist. But it seems so right, Serena. I just wish I could think of how to explain it. I laugh and stroke his hard face. You're not meant to think this is right, I tell him, lowering my hand to his chest, where I imagine his heart to be if he had one. It's something you feel. This is where we'll spend our life together. There's something special in that. No one could have given this to us but ourselves. I kiss him, holding his face with both hands. Sighing from exhaustion, I rest my head on his torso, nestling into the warmth of his form. My eyes remain pointed at the interior of our home. I find it ironic that I've forged such a human connection with this monster of mine, something set in stone by this dwelling we've built for ourselves. I love this place already, but I know my real home is wherever I am, with this being I call my love. Yawning, I pull back. Although I'm tired, I think I've been in here long enough for one sitting. I could use some fresh air, how about you? He nods and heads for the door. I grab my sheathed sword on the way out, securing it on my waist belt. I step outside, met with a chill, crisp air. I welcome it, its temperature proving further relief to my overheated body. Closing my eyes, I breathe in the air and let it all out with a relaxing sigh. I can help you make more weapons, he says as he seals the threshold to our hovel, for if you intend on sourcing food in the wilderness. That'd be handy. Even if Aldris is gone, I need to keep my skills sharp. The remembering of his final words hits me harder than a strong gust of wind at that moment. More elves will come. I swallow hard, my face twisting in an expression of confusion and anger. Is there a problem, Serena? Asks Cinis. It takes a moment to find the right words as we tread through the snow. I want to believe the struggle for the humans in Prague is over, and part of me does feel that way, but I don't know if we've truly reached the end. What do you mean, my beloved? He offers my hand as we begin our ascension up a steep slope. My response is drawn out, exhales of effort and heavy breathing blanketing my words. Do you remember when you took Aldris's life force? He said something that I can't get out of my mind. I hear his voice, ingrained in my head, repeating his final words before I continue talking. More elves will come. Our path levels out to even ground, allowing me to catch my breath for a moment. Yes, answers Cinis reflectively, but I think his threat was empty, just a last attempt to strike lingering fear in you. The dark elves appear to be quite skilled in doing that to humans. You're right, but still, what if he is too? My throat swells with a lump. I must swallow if I hope not to cry. I've cried enough tears for the loss of human life already. Cinis' face contorts in deep thought, so human-like in the way his features move. Even in moments of emotional turmoil like this, he's so beautiful that he distracts me. Prague is one small part of this realm of existence, he says, his tone like a wizard reciting wisdom of old. Dark elves will always be around in other parts of the world, if not here. I know that, but do you think they'll stop coming here? I want him to say we'll be safe, that we have nothing to worry about. However, deep down inside of me, I know that for as long as dark elves exist, humans will always have real monsters to worry about. I think Cinis knows this too. We may have won the battle against Aldris, I continue speaking, but I fear that the war will exceed even my lifetime. What then? What if what we're fighting for doesn't even matter? What if they keep coming and... My lips are sealed by a passionate kiss, one that brings reassurance and much-needed warmth in this weather. Cinis gazes into my soul, enveloping me in a feeling of safety, that somehow everything will work out exactly as it's supposed to. "Serena?" he says, softly stroking my cheek. "Perhaps those wretched beings will return, or perhaps they won't. But if they do, I promise you that we'll be there to fight them together. I'll fight to my last minute on this plane of existence in defense of the humans." "Oh, Cinis," I sigh, feeling the anxiety leaving my body with every passing second. "You always know just what to say, don't you?" He smiles. "I am learning what it means to be human, thanks to you." He takes my hand, and we continue our stroll. "You are my reason to live here in this world, or in other words, you are my world." I blush and laugh, biting my lower lip as I turn away for a moment in embarrassment. "You speak like a word weaver." "A word weaver? Is that some type of magic with words?" he asks. "It kind of is, in a way," I say. "Maybe I ought to show you how to read, then I can teach you how to write a poem." He expresses his interest in the creative aspects of humankind as we stroll onwards. The weather eases as the sun peeks its yellow head above the clouds, hanging moderately above the horizon in the far distance. We talk about what I could show him, from food to entertainment, and culture to old legends, all of which he is eager to find out more on. "I don't know where I want to begin," he says. "Well, we've got all the time in the world," I reply. "Serena, do you think you'll miss your old home?" I pause, realising it has been quite some time since I gave thought to the camp where I used to reside. It's then that I get an idea, and it blurts out of my mouth so quickly that Cinis recoils in confusion. "What was that?" he asks. "I said we should go to the human camp where I once lived. I want to show you where I came from." He mutters. "Will that be a good idea? How do you think your kind will react to me?" I laugh. Probably with bewilderment at first, but when they learn of what you've done for them, they'll welcome you with open arms. This world is so full of cruelty that any kindness to humans is a pretty big deal. He turns to face the horizon. I join him, resting my head against his shoulder. "I will do it," he says after some time. "You won't regret it." A wave of ease washes over me as the sun drops ever so slightly. There's still plenty of daylight left for us to enjoy. I soak in the sights and feel the warmth of the sun's rays kissing my face. Knowing the man by my side is committing to this forever brings me peace like I've never experienced before. Even if the possibility of trouble lies ahead, I can at least... "Wait a minute," I blurt, my voice shrilling with horror. "What in the hells is that?" I spot a plume of black smoke thickening as it crawls into the sky. I know that smoke, and it's not from a campfire. That's coming from the direction of... Oh, gods. "It must be dark elves," hisses Cinis. Even with my amulet, I can feel the heat in his body rising. I tighten my grip on his arm. "Cinis, that's my home camp, it's got to be." An explosion rocks the ground beneath us as a cloud rises from my camp. We can't see the camp itself, which is hidden by a hill, but I can only imagine what horrors lie behind it. Without hesitation, we break into a sprint. My body is already tired from building our new home, but I don't want it to come at the cost of my old home. The screams and cries of humans fill the air as we approach, as do the sounds of iron and steel clanging. I climb up the hill on all fours. The sight that greets me at its peak is worse than anything I could have imagined. The carnage entails hordes of dark elves coming in from the nearby coastline, and more from another hill opposite to us in the distance. Human warriors meet them in battle, fighting fiercely like I've never seen them before. Orbs of magic ring out in all directions. But that's far from the worst of it. I cry out in anguish, seeing the burning homes of my people with countless corpses strewn across the campgrounds. I spot children hiding amongst the rubble and fallen tents, some of whom I can hear calling out from their parents. It is a nightmare come to life. My knees almost fail beneath me, seeing the worst unfold before my very eyes. I think of Nielsen, Pierce, Aldor, and even Beth. All of their deaths will be in vain if I do not intervene. Rage replaces the shock in me as I unsheathe my sword. I look at Cinis, seeing the fire in him burning through the gaps in his rock-like formation. Our eyes meet in a look of acknowledgement. We both know what we must do. Together we charge. There are still lives to be saved, not all have fallen. I will ensure no more are lost.
Chapter 27. Cinis. Serena and I charge side by side towards the mayhem. The elements are quite literally firing up inside of me. What was supposed to be a stroll is about to become a battle for survival. It's a good thing that I hunger for sustenance. Until now, I've only ever been told stories of the vicious acts committed by the dark elves unto the good people of Serena's kind, but the chaos unfolding before me is far worse than anything my ancient imagination could have conjured up. Too many corpses to count lay on the ground, some of whom are elderly. I do not wish to look further, fearing children may lie among them. How could the dark elves act so mercilessly? They will pay for this massacre. Serena lets loose a scream reaching octaves I never knew existed. I would too if I came across my home ruined and in shambles, with my kindred lying dead in numbers all around me. We run up on a battle between a group of human warriors and a squad of dark elf soldiers, all of whom freeze and stare as I hurl myself toward them. What in the hells is that thing? The warriors roll out of the way as I spring forward to an elf, making quick work of the bastard as I devour his soul into my form. The other elves stumble back in confusion and fear, while the warriors have their swords raised at me, seemingly unsure if I am helping them or trying to take everyone out. Behind them, Serena takes on an elf by herself. She isn't exactly at liberty to tell the humans I'm here to help, and so there is only one way to do so. I drain two of the enemies simultaneously, causing the others to stumble even more, with one of them tripping over themselves. He and the remaining soldier are swiftly dealt with. Another squad of elves spot us and are running over, but the humans attempt to talk to me. That thing, gasps a human. I think it's on our side. I am Cinis, I tell them. And I am no mere thing. I am an ally here with Serena of your encampment. She runs over, having slain the soldier she was fighting. I brought him, she says, her breath heavy. He's here to help rid the camp of the elves. He can talk, marvels another warrior, but I don't see his mouth moving. Is he speaking into my mind? Indeed I am, I say, but we can talk about that later. Another group of elves are coming. Well, all I can say is that I'm glad you're on our side, says the warrior, standing beside me as he readies his weapon. Serena stands by me, her weapon raised. Our numbers are smaller than the group that approaches, but it's an easy fight with me here. The humans hold their own while I take on 2 or 3 elves at a time. None wear that damned armor, thankfully. But as soon as we slay the last soldier, we learn the threat is far from over. Over there! Shouts Serena. More of them coming over the hills! Again, their numbers dwarf ours. Not only that, but these men are tired. I wonder how long they had been fighting before my mate and I showed up. Crap! Cries one of the soldiers. Look, the shore! We look to the shoreline where 2 massive warships wash up. Their doors open with a ramp quickly hurling down to the ground, followed by the heavy footsteps of at least 30 elves from each vessel. I look at our numbers, counting roughly around 50, and some are bleeding, weakly holding their wounds. Father! Calls a small voice behind all of us. We turn to see a child running up to us, clutching a toy. His face is stricken with tears and mucus. "That's Darkus's child," mutters Serena, stooping down to the small human. She picks him up and turns to the men. "Has anyone seen Darkus?" All of the men look to the ground in shame, a clear indicator of the answer. Serena's face contorts in horror, looking away from the child so that her face cannot be seen. "Serena, go hide the child and round up any more you can find," I tell her. She nods and turns to jog away. I regroup with the men, standing in front of the assembly. Among the warriors, I feel like an outsider, but I stand with them regardless, ready to defend the encampment as one. I can see the humans looking at me from the corner of my eye, a mixture of faith and fear. I'm probably the last reinforcement they ever expected to get. "I don't know if you drink," stutters the man beside me, "but if you do, I'll give you my best ale if we survive this." "I have no idea what you are talking about, but if it's something that will bring me closer to your kind, so be it. Here they come." "Charge!" I let out a guttural roar, shaking the very ground beneath me, thinking of the scream that Serena did when we first approached the camp. I'm not just fighting for her now, but for the sake of humankind. Orbs of magic and flame rush our way. I blast fire, my elements meeting with theirs to counter their attacks. We clash, the air filling with clanging steel, screams and blood. Explosions threaten to sever the ground in two as lethal magic rings out in all directions. Bodies of both men and elves are thrown around. Heads roll and limbs are discarded. Humans and elves fall around me, some fighting with their fists after their weapons are swiped away. I move forward, cutting the elves down with my flames and draining their souls. I eat as many as I can, each taste of their souls not satiating me, but only fueling my hunger. Many fall before, but their numbers still outweigh ours. I hold one in my hands as I feed on him when I hear a sudden scream behind me. I turn to see an approaching elf with his sword already coming down. I have no time to counter and brace myself for the impact, but another sword meets the attackers. Serena drives him back. She is coated in blood and moves fiercely, like a wild animal on a hunting frenzy. I join her, making quick work of the elf who tried to take my life. "We just might win this," she yells amidst the chaos. "Don't stop fighting! Watch out!" I pull her down to the ground, just narrowly avoiding a blast of lethal magic. I land on top of her, with my pelvis pressing between her legs. Not exactly the best time for this. We get back on our feet. A quick glance around reveals more damage inflicted on the camp, but the enemy forces are dwindling. I don't know where the human warriors draw their resilience from, but it makes me proud to fight with them. I continue slaughtering any elf I see, countering their attacks and distracting them with mind games so that the warriors can slay them where they stand. We're down to the final squad. They retreat to the ships, but I will not allow them to escape so easily. I use the elements to destroy the vessels, cutting off their route of escape before moving in. Even those who attempt to surrender are not safe. They must pay for what they have done. I hold up the last soldier in front of me, wanting him to get a good look at the monster whose appetite he shall serve. I throw down his corpse, his body hitting the ground with an echoing finality. Serena runs into my arms. "We did it!" she gasps. "Are you hurt?" I ask, looking for wounds amongst her blood-covered attire. "None of it's mine," she says. "Cinis, you helped save my people." The humans regroup. I look over the ruins of the camp. Many have fallen for today's victory, and a lot of homes must be rebuilt. Some cry for the dead and the fatally wounded, but the majority of the bodies around here belong to the elves, the sight of them citing celebration among the humans. "Your kind fought valiantly," I say to Serena, stroking her cheek. She smiles at me, then her eyes move behind me. I turn to see the remaining warriors standing before me. "We have defeated the elves, thanks to you, Serena. You brought a formidable ally with you today, and because of you two, we shall live to fight another day." They bow and get on their knees, lowering their heads. Shocked, I do not know what to say, but I know they mean this as a sign of respect. I bow my head alongside Serena. In the distance, the sun begins to dive behind the horizon, its shade almost as red as the blood lining the snow. The leader of the warriors approaches Serena. Serena, the last time we saw you, you were with Nielsen, Aldor, and some of the others. Where are they? They did not make it, she says, shaking her head. So I suspected, replies the man. I'm also sorry to say your home was destroyed in the battle. That's okay, says Serena. I have a new one now, she continues, smiling at me. Where is it? Very far from here, I answer. Well then, the man chuckles. I invite the both of you to stay in my home and rest. It is the least I can do after you save us. We bow to one another and then the man leaves. I hug Serena, gripping her tighter than ever before. Oh, Cinis, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, I reply, kissing her. Just know that I love you. I'll never forget it. And I love you too.
Chapter 28. Serena. We're led to a small home and shown to the room we'll be staying in for the night. As soon as I see the bed, I look up at Cinis to watch him take it all in. As he makes himself comfortable and clean, I know exactly how I want to spend the night with him. Once I have scrubbed the blood from my body, I enter our room and drop the towel that covers my naked body. Cinis looks up from where he lays on the ground, with a piqued interest and a smile. Here? He asks, looking around. Yes, I breathe, my breath already catching at the thought of having Cinis inside me. Sorry, dear readers, can't show you the sordid details of this portion as it's too hot for YouTube. Slide on over to worldsofprotheca.com and use code YouTube30 for super savings on the uncut version. Now back to our story. I snuggle closer into him, our bodies warm against each other. My heart races with excitement, and I know I want to stay like this with Cinis forever. Maybe we could be joined in the camp, I propose, breaking the silence. Like in marriage. He pulls me closer against him, his firm body pressing into the back of me as he breathes into my hair. I would do this for you.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheca.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheca's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 29. Cinis. No peeking now, I mutter. Gripping Serena's hand in my rocky arm, I lead her down a wide cavern corridor filled with lanterns and candles, careful not to mislead her toward any of the open flames. Her thoughts scream at me, but understanding her boundaries, I stop just short of actually hearing them. Perhaps this new skill is better used on our enemies. Just please tell me where we're going, Cinis, she says. It's so hot. Her skin glows orange in the light of the cavern labyrinth, and every bead of sweat on her exposed chest is tempting to me. I imagine what it'd be like to perform this ceremony in my homeworld, introducing her to the wide-stretching caverns, lava lakes, and endlessly stretching ceilings I've known so long. But she would not survive there, and they wouldn't understand her there anyway. And I suppose she's not missing out on much anyway. If she'd only believe it, perhaps I'd tell her how ravishing she looks. Her red blouse juts out over a white bodice, accentuating the crimson gown she lifts with every step. You'll see soon enough, I urge her, guiding her over a small drop in the cavern floor. The amulet around her neck jingles with every step, a small reminder of the meager barrier separating my flames from burning her. I thank the architects of this realm for allowing us to coexist, however impossible such an alliance should have been. Perhaps there's a magic to this realm greater than any I understand. The passages begin to open up, and I can hear idle chatter as we approach. Shh, they're coming. The chatter stops. What was that? Serena asks as I help her step over a gap in the path. Nothing but the wind, I lie. We'll be there soon. Surely she can feel the temperature rising and knows that we're not on the surface. Even through her blindfold, she can see the darkened passages, can feel the uneven floors and shifting corridors. But she's explained the joy of surprises and gifts to me on several occasions, and I'm not one to question her traditions, whether those traditions are small and seemingly inconsequential, or life-altering and impossible to replicate ever again. It has to be perfect. Admittedly, I don't know the first thing about weddings or mating ceremonies, but I know they're important to her, so they're important to me. We cross a small path, walking across a narrow strand above the guests who've come to spectate the ceremony. While she's been asleep, I've come here every night, hollowing out this cavern with the help of my avian friend. Once I figured out he created the hot spring cavern, I sought his guidance on safe tunneling practices. On the opposite end of the room are 2 large torches and a chiseled arch, which I've carved into the cavern wall. I'm relieved when our guests remain silent, not spoiling the surprise. All right, I tell her as I guide her to her place across from me. You can remove your blindfold. She slowly unwraps the fabric, and her eyelids part, revealing her beautiful azure and jade eyes. At first, she doesn't know what she's looking at when she glances at me in confusion. Where are we? Just look around. She turns her eyes to the room, noticing the path and the 2 enclosures on either side of us. Her eyes struggle against the lights of crackling flames, both from me and from the ambience. She gasps, seeing everybody we've ever saved, huddled together in this small room. The tower's all liberated, the dark elves driven from this continent for the time being. I figured they were the perfect witnesses to our love. What is this? You're always talking about the customs of your people and how much weddings mean to your kind, I explain. And maybe I don't understand everything about you, but I'd like the chance to learn. When I told them what I was planning after we liberated the final tower, not one of them turned me down. They were just happy to help. The joy on her face is unmistakable, and I feel both relieved and elated. But now I need to figure out how to put what I've learned into practice. So I wanted to make our bond official, in front of all of these humans we've saved together. She chuckles. You don't have to call them humans anymore, Cinis, she says. They're your kind now. My kind. These frail, pathetic creatures are nothing like me. They crumble at the slightest bump, spilling their fluids at every inconvenience. But I shake my head, stifling the immediate rage I feel. Whatever my people were, they were nothing like me. They cannot presume to care about anything short of their immediate needs, and balk at every display of creation or raw emotion. To express one's individuality among my kind is to err. What's wrong, Cinis? She asks, noting my head shake. Isn't this what you wanted? I'm not a human. Leaving the present company, others will always remind me of what I am with both terror and curiosity. But whatever I am, and wherever I fit in, I'll have a lifetime to discover it by her side. It's everything I wanted, I reply, now fully convinced. I take her hands, gripping them tightly with my malleable, fiery arms. And I wanted them to know it as much as I do. She smiles, and her smile emboldens me. Like a sculptor. You just taught me that word. You saw the potential in me, and you reshaped me to my true potential. Before I met you, Serena, I was formless. I stare deep into her eyes. In her cold blue eyes, which somehow warm my soul, I can see the wonders of infinity with her by my side. I was functionless, and I was aimless. From my timeless realm, I was plucked and given meaning by your side. I look out at the audience. The reactions vary from curiosity to admiration to amusement. Without Serena, these people wouldn't have been given a second chance. They would have been transformed into the aberrations that roamed these lands, both no longer aware of what they were, and left with nothing but their appetites. Perhaps that would have been my fate too, had I not met Serena. I would have remained a purposeless beast who indiscriminately terrorized the creatures that crossed my path. Perhaps I owe you some gratitude for that, I say. You elevated my purpose, showing me the wonders my realm neglected to show me. I grip her hands tighter, never daring to let go. Her warmth is my anchor, holding me solidly in this moment. And I don't know what the rest of our time together will yield in this realm, but I'm excited to find out. For as long as we both draw breath, I will cherish you. I can't help but feel confident, seeing the admiration in her face. Did I do good? She nods, grinning widely. You did very well, she replies. I learned some pointers from the bird fellow to the north. Her expression becomes quizzical at that note, but perhaps she cherishes the mystery because she doesn't inquire further. Cinis, she says, gripping me in her hands. I give her my full and immediate attention, never daring to leave her piercing gaze. You often hold me up as some pinnacle of humanity, but I didn't feel human when you met me, she says. I was completely lost. I think back on the despair she felt, having lost people she loved and cared about, and I'm reminded again of her strength. I don't know how long I'd been lost because it wasn't just the one bad mission at the tower. I think for the longest time, I've been running blindly forward, consumed by rage. She scrutinizes me as though afraid her confession might cause me to reject her, but I've always seen her pain. It only makes her more beautiful in my eyes. Then you came forward, and you started asking me what it meant to live in this realm, what it meant to be human, and that only reminded me what I'd been hiding from, and what I so desperately wanted to reject about myself. I'm starting to understand the importance of these ceremonies, and why they mean so much to her. Even peering into her mind, I see a beauty now that was hidden from me. I guess what I'm saying is, although you claim to be totally lost in this world, with no idea how to acclimate yourself, your presence here made me more human. You reminded me what I was fighting for. She looks out at the crowd, as though suddenly remembering their existence. So thank you, Cinis, she says, and I think now, we kiss. I grip her tightly, then bend her down, pressing my face into hers as we embrace. I feel potential I've always seen but never understood. Fires rage across my vision as I close my eyes, cherishing her warmth. As deeply and as passionately as I can muster, I kiss her. As long as I can, I want to cherish this moment. I can feel bliss radiating from her like I've never known, and her bliss elevates me to new heights. As we break our kiss, looking deeply into each other's eyes, our audience applauds. We walk out of the cavern, hand in hand. I don't know what the fates of this realm might have in store for us, but if it's anything like what we've already seen, it's bound to be worthy of consideration. Chapter 30. Cinis. With the mating ceremony and this tradition finished, I can't wait to get Serena back to the hovel. She has taught me so much about what it is to love and how to show it. The longing I once felt, the void, has been filled by her. As we step through the threshold, I pull her close to me. I look down into her eyes and watch as her lips part. She watches me intently as I dip my head down to kiss her. She parts her mouth more, letting my tongue twist with hers. Our breathing becomes quicker, faster as she presses her body against me. My shaft thickens and swells, ready to take her, my mate here in our hovel. I lead her to the bed, my arms wrapped around her, not breaking the kiss, and lay her gently on her back. Get in on all the wedding night bliss by heading over to worldsofprothika.com. This portion of the chapter is too racy for YouTube, unfortunately. Using code YouTube30 will yield you significant savings on this and other bonus content. Now back to the lovers.
Chapter 31. Serena. Hester, Hester. Frantically, I look out across the cold shores, searching for our daughter. She's brought so much light into our life that the mere thought of losing her terrifies me beyond reason. Her radiance is normally noticeable from even far away. The fog-ridden, chilly skies offer no clue as to her location, even in the faintest of light. I try to block out the sounds of pebbles dislodged by my feet, listening intently for any sign of Hester. Could she have fallen into a cave? We were so careful about sealing all the entrances she might have stumbled into, but even Cinis isn't infallible. I hear the rushing waves in the distance, noting the faint outline of a ship approaching, and it emboldens me. The dark elves are coming, and I have no idea where my daughter is. "Hester! Wherever you are, get back here immediately!" I shout as loud as my voice will carry until it hurts. I spin around me in all directions, trying to see some faint hint of her light. Her light brings an embarrassing sense of relief to me as I spin around and notice her behind me. Oh, thank the gods! I sprint toward her, noting Cinis's glowing outline right beside her. Behind me, the ship crashes into the coast. As I grow closer, I hear her laughter as Cinis levitates a rock from off the beach, then proceeds to set it on fire. I want to be so angry at them. Angry at him for not communicating what he was doing with her. Angry at her for running away from me without telling me. Parts of being a parent are enormously difficult. I watch as, suddenly bored, she vanishes in a puff of smoke and then runs a ring of fire around us. My eyes can barely track her movement. That's the funny thing about having a child with a being like Cinis. You don't exactly know what trials you might face, but it's not like watching after a human. "Hester," I say calmly, "it's okay. Mommy's here." She doesn't stop running smoke around me. Does she ever tire out? "I guess try the rock thing again," I tell Cinis. He chuckles, then begins levitating 4 rocks. He clinks them together, creating sparks. She slows down enough that I can see her. Her eyes are like bright yellow gems, and her skin is so crimson, it stands out among the dull grey rocks of the beach. In a flashy display, Cinis lights the first rock on fire, followed by the second. Hester's entranced by the light. He hovers over, patting her on the head, and I think I see a flame kindle in her ashen grey hair. "Next time, you've got to stay with Mommy, okay, Hester?" I grip the cold metal amulet in my hand, thankful for everything it's given me. This life might be difficult, but it's never been dull. Every day, I realise how lucky I am. She hasn't spoken her first word yet, but I know she's sorry. I lean down and I kiss her on the cheek, before massaging her shoulder. "You should take Hester back home," I urge Cinis, gesturing toward the beach. "Elves have made landing." I start approaching the beach, gripping the handle of my dagger tightly. Their magic is unpredictable, but there are certain tells elves have. And when all else fails, you can usually bargain with them. But in my peripheral vision, I note that Cinis still hasn't left for home. I turn. "If you don't hurry, they could catch up to her." Cinis shakes his head, deep in contemplation. Every day, I swear he gets a little more human. "Actually, I thought maybe this time she could tag along," Cinis suggests. My eyes widen automatically, my jaw hanging slack. Surely he's not suggesting bringing our 1-year-old daughter along on a mission. "What are you talking about, dear?" Cinis looks out toward the ship. I look out toward the ship. Thankfully, the crew hasn't begun disembarking, but it's only a matter of time. "I'm just noticing how impressive she is," Cinis says. "Even growing up here, this child still doesn't know anything about fear. And I don't really want to hide her away from the world anymore." "Cinis," I urge him. "She's only a child, a baby even. Surely she can't fight with us." The ship drops anchor, and the first dark elf climbs off the side, looking straight at us as he lands on the wet beach in the distance. We're not exactly inconspicuous. "Now's your last chance. You need to run." But Cinis just looks out indifferently at the dark elf staring him down. Even from this distance, I can see the intimidation the elf projects tries to conceal his fear. "Watch Daddy, Hester," Cinis says. "Just do what I do and stay close." He looks at me. I ready my daggers. I suppose it's too late to turn back now. We'll see what happens. Cinis grabs mounds of quick clay, then begins to reshape it into a large ball with his mind. What the hell is that? I hear the crew of the ship panicking as we approach. Igniting it, he hurtles it through the air, a veritable brick ball firing toward the dark elf at impossible speeds. The dark elf dodges out of the way, but Cinis reorients, bending the trajectory. I hear a crash as the projectile collides with the target, and the elf is bludgeoned unconscious. Readying myself to hide in the shadows, I sprint out of view, ready to infiltrate the ship. Cinis is both the perfect forward force and the perfect distraction for me to hide. Their voices are still audible to me. Now you try, sweetheart. Cinis urges Hester. Just try to grip the soft stuff with your mind. Feel the world around you, like I taught you. I watch as Hester lifts an imperfect blob of clay and then hurtles it through the air. She doesn't ignite it, and it splats on the side of the ship. It sounds like it might have hurt the ship, but not significantly. Prepare to make a landing somewhere else. We can't dock here. I hear the voices of somebody aboard the ship, and note the anchor hastily lifting back up onto the ship. There's no way we're letting you get away that easily. I'm only sad I might not have a chance to attack. I watch as simultaneously 2 balls of clay are lifted into the air, then set on fire. Not only do they destroy the ship on impact, the ship is set aflame. If I'd gotten the chance, I might have climbed up the ramp or used the rope to scale the ship, then hidden, isolating each member of the crew as I stabbed them individually. But my way was slow and risky, and there was a very real chance one of the dark elves could have gotten away. And it only takes one dark elf to ruin Praj again. You should have at least let me attack, I complain upon meeting back up with Cinis and Hester. I was in a position to strike. I could have taken out a couple of them. Hester laughs with delight, clearly proud of her work. Sorry, dear, Cinis says. I felt like maybe today Hester should have gotten a chance to learn. He looks out toward the shoreline, then speaks with caution. But it looks like you might get your chance after all, Serena, he says. My eyes follow his trajectory, and I see one dark elf stumbling out of the ship's wreckage toward us. I know that they're not in any real danger, but as I run, I think of what the dark elves jeopardize by coming here. Grabbing my dagger and brandishing it, I rush up to the stumbling figure. He lifts his hand, and a blue light illuminates it. He utters an incantation, but before he gets the chance, I jab my dagger into him, driving it as hard as I can into his spleen. He taunts me with his dying breaths. You'll never get away from us. He chuckles a pained, raspy laugh as his hand falls to his side, the spell gone. I heard how you stole our ship, crashed into the shore and killed your slaver, he says. Pretty gutsy move. I'm pretty sure you have me confused with somebody else, I inform him. But you have a chance to die with dignity. I suggest you take it. I walk away from him slowly, letting him die of his wounds. Perhaps I'm getting soft. Perhaps I just like letting him suffer. I meet back up with Cinis and Hester, embracing them both tightly. They're growing bolder, I tell Cinis. We need to stick together. He nods. That's part of why it's important she learns to fight, he suggests. If she can fight, we don't have to leave her behind. We can fight as one united front. I shake my head in disbelief. Cinis's kind is strange but beautiful. I know that he'll probably outlive me by several centuries, but already our daughter is a force of nature. I wonder what kind of creature she'll grow into with our guidance. Will she carry on the resistance, leading humans to a more permanent freedom? Will she return home, seeking a return to her people? I have so many questions, but for now, I look at them both with all the adoration I can muster. I love you both so much, I say as the fiery ship falls into pieces behind me, crashing into the ocean.